Good morning, I'm Tanya Eisner. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at WFA. I'm joined this morning by Bree West, who is joining us for a second day.
Good morning.
As our legal expert. This is day five of week 4, and we are in the defense presentation. So I'm going to take a listen to Brittany Costello's story from yesterday, summing up the day's events, and let's take a listen.
Tanner Horner walked into court Monday to more testimony put on by his defense team, attorneys who are looking to spare Horner from the death penalty after he admitted to killing and sexually assaulting 7-year-old Athena Strand in 2022. The judge agreed to blur his high school special education teacher.
He usually could come to a good conclusion given enough time.
She testified Horner was on the autism spectrum. She told the jury it did impact his social behavior, but he still had friends and was able to graduate with the rest of his class.
He was energetic, talkative, it was always fun to be around.
Jurors heard from his childhood friend and at times girlfriend, who testified that she and Horner bonded over a troubled home life. Prosecutors latched on.
You're not a felon, are you?
Oh, no.
You haven't killed anybody?
No.
No sexual assault on your part?
No.
Despite your rough childhood?
Yes.
Perhaps the most compelling testimony came from a defense expert who is a speech and language pathologist specializing in autism spectrum disorder. She says she assessed Horner and says he struggles with social communication.
It's a horrible diagnosis, guys. It's mild to severe.
But she could not explain to prosecutors why his behavior did not match the diagnosis in the video of Athena's abduction, where she admits he was able to clearly and calmly communicate.
Were you surprised by what you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
She admits to only reviewing materials provided by the defense in making her diagnosis, but she reiterated autism was not the reason Horner committed this violent act.
People with autism are in every act of life and doing amazing things.
In Fort Worth, I'm Brittany Costello.
Now that Tanner Horner has pled guilty to capital murder for the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand, the trial has gone into the punishment phase. That's where jurors must answer 2 critical questions that will determine his sentence. They're called special issues. First, jurors must decide whether Horner would be a continuing danger to society. If even one juror says no, the death penalty is off the table, and the sentence automatically becomes life in prison without parole. But if all jurors say yes, they move to a second question. Are there reasons to spare him from the death penalty, including evidence about his character, background, or mental condition? If all jurors reject those reasons, Horner will be sentenced to death. If they cannot agree, the sentence again becomes life without parole. Attorneys say much of this phase could hinge on expert testimony. Horner's lawyers have argued that his autism should be considered as a reason to spare him from the death penalty. Jurors will now weigh those questions as they decide Tanner Horner's final punishment. Will he spend the rest of his life in prison or be sentenced to death for the killing of Athena Strand? Well, Bree, day 2, week 4.
Yeah. Is it day 5 of the defense case?
It
yes?
is day 5 of the defense case, and we're in week 4. And I know we've had some days where they had hearings, and of course trial has been ending most days at 3 o'clock, and I think there's a combination of reasons for that, potentially maybe because the prosecutors have to drive back to Wise County. This is a heavy case. All the things. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not, but generally, I'm trying to think back to a day we actually went to 5, and I can't think of one.
Which I think is odd. I think certainly understandable in the prosecution's case, right? It was so unbelievably heavy. The evidence was overwhelmingly emotional. I can appreciate the need to ensure that you're protecting the mental health of the jurors that are having to sit there and listen, right? But we're in the defense case is technical. When I say technical, I mean it's talking about his mental health. It's talking about, not necessarily facts of the offense. We're past that point, and so why are we? I feel like we could speed it up. We could speed this up if we went to 5 every day. Or even past 5. I mean, you and I have seen trials where they go till 6 or 7. I mean,
oh yeah. Now, I
Let's
mean,
get this done.
You know, do I like, you know, leaving here, you know, at a more
Okay,
reasonable
no,
time? I mean, yes, but
Yes.
I am surprised because, you know, generally, and you know, when I book you guys, you experts, I usually say, hey, folks, be prepared. This is going to be a long day, you know,
Right.
8 to 5, 8 to 6, and it just hasn't been that way. And so I'm struggling with kind of the reason. We just don't know.
We just don't know. Like, what is the why? I don't know. Again, I would think that sort of as we move into the defense case, as we move into testimony that's a little bit more sort of predictable and not fact heavy, and we're really talking very specifically about Tanner Horner and his background, right? We're sort of now addressing special issue number 2, like, right? We can clearly see that that's what the defense is really doing right now, right?
You heard anything mitigating?
Because
Because I haven't. And I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but, you know.
Well, one could argue, Tanya, that everything, depending on who the listener is mitigating that they're putting on right now, right? In other words,
You're trying to reach one person.
You're trying to reach one person. Autism spectrum disorder is personal to a lot of people. Again, I think everybody has been really clear to say it's not an excuse for behavior. There are plenty of people that are, you know, that are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder and don't kill people, and they don't murder children, and they don't sexually assault anybody. And I don't know that appreciating that autism spectrum disorder could be a mitigating factor is not rubber stamping bad behavior. It's simply saying, we can appreciate that this person's brain is wired differently.
Right.
And because it is, can we hold them accountable in the same way? Is this mitigating enough to say that is a part of his background that I can appreciate, and perhaps I'm the one that will say no to special issue number 2? Or yes, I guess yes to special issue number 2. There is something
Wait a minute,
in his
hold on.
background.
Okay, so is there something? I'm trying to remember how the question goes.
And
So yes, I think it's yes and no, right?
It is, if you're moving on to special issue number 2, then that means that.
So you would say yes, there is something mitigating
Right.
if you were that one. If
Correct.
you get one, yes. Okay,
That's
I
right.
Think of it, thinking
No,
in my
I know,
head.
because it's a weird kind of analysis. But so again, not rubber stamping bad behavior, not saying that anybody that is afflicted with, and I say afflicted, that's the wrong word, but anybody that's diagnosed, right. with autism spectrum disorder or any other mental health condition.
You can see why people think that's a cop-out.
Well, but you can also see why people say, hey, this is a recognized neurological difference in people.
It is, and I get what you're saying, but he's high, so he's high functioning,
Very,
you know,
very high functioning.
and he, and folks, bear in mind, I think Bree's devil's advocate here a little bit. I mean,
and it's important to have these debates.
No, it's right. It's important that we
Yeah.
don't get up here and just agree, and we're not even really disagreeing. We're just kind of talking about it. And
Right.
You know, I've sat here and I've listened to this day after day
I
after
know.
day, and of course, you know, I think I've mentioned it before. I have a nephew who's high functioning autistic.
Right.
A lot of people have people that are high functioning autistic, and you know, and then the expert yesterday who actually talked to him, you know, acknowledged that his autism is not a reason for what happened here.
Absolutely not.
Yes, he does have social communication issues, but he quite clearly was able to socially communicate to Athena Strand and get her in a vehicle.
Okay, well,
You know?
I might be on the losing end of this debate. But again, I think that I think that the majority of people undoubtedly fall in your camp, Tanya. I do. I mean, and I'm your camp, our camp, whatever. The camp of this is not mitigating, right? Because he was so high functioning. And so then the question becomes, because he was so high functioning, does that mean that this recognized neurological difference, does that mean that he should be sort of held to the same standard in the same category as somebody that doesn't have any sort of neurological differences?
You know, it's interesting. I have spent, as part of, you know, Bree, as part of my career, I have covered, I did a whole series of stories called Disabled in Danger, and it was about,
Oh, wow.
and it was about people in group homes, and many of these people were extremely severely autistic, like nonverbal. So
Right.
I have a real sympathy for that community,
Of course.
as a result. And Tanner Horner is not nonverbal.
No.
He is high functioning. He is a
Correct.
whole different ball game. I think he's able to get a job.
Yes.
Now he's not so good at keeping it. He's able to have a
can get 'em.
girlfriend. He gets a girlfriend. He's got a little boy. I watch all those videos, and I see somebody who knew exactly what they were doing.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And I didn't see and hear that audio that Terry and Rebecca heard.
Right.
Thank God.
I don't know that
Because
we
it would, it would
Right.
probably live rent free in my head for the rest of my life.
Right.
But just even the knowledge that such a thing exists, and then seeing him afterwards, nonchalantly smoking his cigarette. Did you see that video?
That is what got, that is, it's, if he were, it almost feels like if he were panicking, if he were freaking out, if he were
He wasn't freaking. That's
but that's
thing.
what I'm
I know,
saying.
it
Like
was
if he were, it almost makes it like okay. You know what I mean? Like he.
Then you could kind of like right.
You know what I mean? But him just
Ugh.
jingle bell rocking down the road. I don't know. So I think again, and it's such a interesting intersection of sort of the legal community and sort of society, right?
Right.
Where we are asking not a question about right or wrong or did you know or crazy or not crazy or insane or not insane, right? We're asking this question of if this is different, then do we treat it the same? Like that's the question. And I think that we have autism spectrum disorder. It's a spectrum. It's not everybody
Right.
everybody is not the same that has this that's diagnosed with this.
Right.
And so do you treat some of them one way
Well, 'cause
and others a different way?
Because I would say that, like the people that I'm talking about that have autism that are nonverbal, I would say they're intellectually disabled. That is a different ballpark than a Tanner Horner. And I think it is just that, a spectrum.
Right.
And he is, based on what I've heard in testimony, he has mild autism. Yeah, he has,
That's what it sounds like.
Mild and I'm listening to the people that know him.
Yeah.
He's able to have relationships. He's able to have friends.
He can get a job.
He can get a job. He may not be a great employee,
But he can get a job.
yeah, he can get a job, and he can follow a route, right?
He was living in squalor, but he was living by himself. I mean, he was living, not in a group home or any other kind of thing. So, again, very high functioning.
Right.
But where do you draw the line?
I don't know.
Right? And I think that that's really the question that the jury is going to grapple with. And there may be one or two people that say you either it's all in one category, or we're going to go person by person and choose who gets this treatment and who doesn't get this treatment, who gets mitigation when they have this disorder and who doesn't. And I think that that is a tough question to have 12 citizens without legal backgrounds, likely. I highly doubt there are any attorneys on there.
Oh, yeah, I would definitely
Right? Like
think
that
not.
would be, I don't know that anybody puts attorneys. Oh, maybe the prosecution. Maybe the prosecution would put an attorney just to say this is so high level, like let's have somebody back there that can talk about the law. But that's going to be the question that everybody grapples with, because then the other thing becomes he was in special education.
Right.
He was receiving services all throughout his, at least I know high school. It was a lot of high school counselors and things like that were testifying yesterday, right? I don't know if they had any.
We had a high school. We had a like a speech pathologist. No, we had no. I'm sorry.
It was
we had a special ed person.
Special ed. There we go. Special
back into my
ed
notes.
teacher or
A girlfriend.
the former girlfriend, not
And
current.
Former
Well,
girlfriend.
no, there is no
and
current
not
girlfriend.
Cassie. It was somebody else who had known him in elementary school, and then
That's
had
how far
dated
back
him
we have to
later,
go.
and then it sounded, they kind of had an on again, off again relationship, and then we had, of course,
Dr.
We had Dr.
Fritz.
Fritz,
Right.
who, to me, was trying to have it both ways. Was how it struck me.
Well, which is kind of weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you are a defense expert, Are you, I mean, you can't, if you're a defense expert, you have to maintain credibility, which means that if somebody asks you a direct question that has a clear yes or no answer, you can't answer the opposite because you're a defense, you lose all credibility. But at the same time, I think you need to have leaning answers a little bit. Like, I need for you to earn the money you're getting paid.
I think she said she'd already been paid about 15 grand.
Already? Wow. Okay. Well, that's
I mean,
actually
it was good work if you can get it. I think she said she was charging. I got to get back in my notes. I want to say like $370 an hour. I was like, wow, I clearly got into the wrong profession.
Well,
apparently, it was. Yeah, here we go. $370 an hour. She estimated she'd already spent 100 hours on the case.
Whoa.
And estimated her total fee was going to be somewhere between 15 and 20K.
Wow.
Now, I thought it was interesting. She was commenting on his behavior, but she had not watched all the video. I'm like, how do you not? I mean,
well, I mean, again, do you need to actually watch that video to be able to? I mean, I think it's a lot even for professionals. I mean, I do this for a living, and I barely could bring myself to watch any portion of that video. I mean, it was.
Well, they didn't live stream the.
They didn't. Not the video.
Right. Not the. But there was other parts of that kind of before and after that. Even that was rough to watch.
That's what
because you knew what was kind of like, what was coming and what was happening after. Yeah. Yeah.
And
you saw how shook Rebecca and Bree. I mean,
and Terry were.
And Terry were.
Yes.
And these are like
seasoned. I mean, 20 plus years in the game. And it was a tremendous amount. So I still, again, I think it's important to have this discussion only because this exists in some states in our country. The death penalty is an option. It's certainly an option here in the state of Texas. And I mean, it's an important kind of dialogue, right? To have where are we as a society? And I was asking you earlier, sort of, what is the jury pool? Like, where did they come from?
Well, they're Tarrant County jury pool.
They're Tarrant County jurors. So the question is, were they able to find even one person that was like what we call life qualified, right? Where it was somebody that was at least willing to seriously consider whatever the mitigation may be, and that would be sufficient to vote for life without the possibility of parole.
So based on what you know now, and I've asked every lawyer this question, would you be a lawyer for Tanner Horner?
I would, absolutely.
Okay.
And the reason that not because, and again, this is where it's so difficult to explain, I think, to non-lawyers. I defend people that are accused of heinous crimes. I've never defended someone that is accused
not like
of,
this.
Okay, there we go.
I mean, this is like next level
This
stuff.
is next level stuff. But I am a defense attorney because I believe in our system of justice.
Right. And I do too.
Right. And so do I therefore believe that every single person, no matter what the accusation, is deserving of an attorney, deserving of a defense, deserving of somebody who's competent and qualified to put the pieces together to present to a jury? I 100% believe that. And so if somebody came to me and said, okay, we need you on the defense team, I believe in our system. So my answer would be yes. I think that there are probably attorneys that would be like under no circumstances.
I know. Terry was definitely like no. Cody was no.
I know.
He's a big giant no. And here's the thing. And I also respect that. And I respect your position because I too believe in the criminal justice system. And I don't have to like Tanner Horner
there you go.
to believe in the criminal justice system. And
that's huge.
It is.
That's the part. That is the most important part. You do not have to like or support or believe or anything what this person has done. But you do believe that no matter what, they deserve a defense.
Well, and what Terry was saying yesterday is that while it is difficult to listen to all these defense witnesses get up and
say the same thing over and over again? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, pretty much. That it is necessary.
It is.
Because when this goes up on appeal, and it will go up on appeal,
absolutely,
if you haven't dotted your I's and crossed your T's, You end up with an ineffective counsel complaint. You know, you end up with potential for this thing to get thrown out and have to start all over for this family.
And people don't understand that, right? One of the biggest reasons that we check all these boxes, both the judge, all the parties, right? The judge, the prosecution, the defense, the reason that we check all of these boxes is because if you do, if somebody makes a claim of ineffective assistance of counsel and it's shown that like something wasn't done that should have been done, and this case gets reversed, the victims in that are Athena Strand's family.
Right, they are. Absolutely.
And nobody should want them to have to go through this for the rest of their lives. They have already lost the most precious thing that any parent can lose.
Yeah.
So that's why it's so important. And so as we sit here and we are like nauseatingly listening to, who this doctor and this specialist and this counselor and all of that, it's because we have to say every single thing was explored. The jury was given
all the information.
possible piece of information that was available to find to make a decision. And so if in fact their decision is death, they made it based on everything.
Right, all the knowledge.
Not just the bad things, right?
Yeah. And one of the things that folks have said is that part of the reason for kind of, dragging this out, right, is if you're the defense, you want to create some space between what they saw last Thursday,
yes,
and then what they heard last Thursday. That hour plus video that is horrific on levels that
were causing the actual jurors to sob. That was the description.
Sob,
not tears, not wiping away, but openly sobbing.
I'm frankly surprised they didn't have to break court just so people could even get through it. It's,
I know.
From the way that Terry and I've talked to both of them, have described it. It horrible. Just on levels that I don't know.
You almost say I'm a little bit shocked that somebody didn't get sick watching it, and I mean it is amazing that they didn't have to take a break, just to give people a breather.
Well, yeah, because it's so, and that's the thing, is it's so unusual. And I've talked about this to all the attorneys that have come on here. I cannot ever recall a time when we had this level of video and other types of evidence.
Right. Right.
Can you think of a case? Because I can't. Yes, sometimes you have some of it, but to actually have him killing her,
right,
that is stunning.
It is. And there are, I've seen obviously cases where somebody being shot is on video, or, you know what I mean? Or the fight, or,
right.
Certainly there are cases like that, but there's something different about
right.
this. And I think that's what's causing all of us to just sort of have this, even if you are sort of, totally against, just morally totally against the death penalty. I think even you were saying a friend of yours who's, an anti-death penalty advocate,
very good friend of mine who
said this is different.
Who is very, and I won't say his name, but
sure.
He's well known in those circles. And we were talking the other night, and he and I have argued a lot about the death penalty because I have nuanced views on it.
Yes.
And he said that, if ever there was a case that he could bring himself to support it, this was the one. And to me, that's very telling because I know this guy. And now he also said that, that he hoped that Athena Strand's family understood that, when and if this jury comes back with the death penalty verdict, it's not as if this is going to happen overnight. There's going to be appeals that last somewhere between 10 and 15 years.
I was going to say it's usually 10 and 20 years, and it has to do with the pace of the court, the appellate court system, and this record. So when we talk about the record, we're talking about the transcripts, we're talking about all of the evidence, we're talking about the audio visual evidence. So the record itself is going to be 4 weeks worth of information. Ooh. So that is you also
even
have
just compiling that.
I feel bad for the court reporter, you're right. But having the appellate, whoever your appellate counsel is, going through. I mean, and you have to comb through, like, was this objection made? Like, should an objection have been made? Like, you're combing through that level of detail. You have to imagine that takes years. That takes years.
Yeah, exactly.
To even get through the first appeal.
It's going to be lengthy. I do want to, while we I can't talk suddenly.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
repeat.
No, I'm not going to lose my voice again, folks. That if you were here during Uvalde, final day of trial, Bree was with me, and so was Terry, and it was not funny,
No,
was
because
funny,
you
not
were
funny.
right. People were actually worried about you. People were like, "Okay, Tanya, are you okay?"
I got worried about me because at one point, finally by that weekend, I got scared that I was legitimately going to lose my voice, like for real, and I went for.
Yes.
For that following weekend, I basically didn't talk for 2 days. I just shut my mouth, which is very unusual for me. Anybody that knows me knows I can talk a lot, and so I just shut down at my house that following weekend
and just
stopped talking, and because I decided that I had to. That I needed a voice. I'm on TV. I got to have a voice.
I mean, and isn't it like, okay, welcome to getting older, right? Like this is your body's way of saying stop.
Well, and the other thing I found
much.
out is if you're losing your voice, do not take Hall's menthol because
You did tell me that.
they actually dry out your vocal cords. And one of my really good friends, who's a reporter at the New York Times, said, "Hey, don't do that."
Please.
And so I had
need
to.
you.
I had to. So I learned that hard lesson. So one of the questions folks has is why do they question witnesses, like the voir dire, like of the experts outside the presence of the jury initially?
So that's kind of unique to a death penalty case a little bit, right? Because remember, we talked about on the first day of the defense's case, we had those 3 days of hearings that were outside of the presence of the jury, right? And the reason for that is because when you're a defense attorney and you have experts that are coming and they're writing reports or they're going to testify, whatever it is that they provide, you don't actually have to give that to the prosecution until right before they're about to testify, right?
Right.
And so those hearings are all about, and particularly outside of the presence of the jury, is for the prosecution, for example, for the defense to lay out, like, this is what this person is going to testify about. This is their background, this is their CV, this is whatever. And then the prosecution gets to cross-examine them to kind of determine whether or not there is, like, anything that they're going to talk about is really relevant, if it's really, going to sort of, help a jury make the ultimate decision and all of that kind of thing. And so, for example, if for some reason the defense brings an expert that the prosecution cross-examines and then the judge says, yeah, you're right, this is not going to be an expert that I'm going to allow to testify, you can't have that happen in front of a jury, right? Because if a jury hears whatever the testimony was, and even if you go back and say, okay, jury, disregard, like, we're human, I already heard it. I can't unring. I think your one of your favorite sayings is can't unring that bell.
No, I don't think you. And I've heard that from some other lawyer. I don't know where I heard that from.
No, it's a common phrase that we all use.
But but once they've heard it, they've heard it.
You can't unhear it, and so you can't have those kinds of things happen in front of the jury, because if ultimately someone is disqualified as a potential expert witness or disqualified as somebody that can testify in front of the jury, then you have to make sure that happens, and then only the people that are qualified and no objection is sustained, or challenge by the prosecution is sustained, then and only then can they move forward. And so then people might say, well, out of all the people that may have testified during those 3 days, this is the lot, this is the group that made it through.
Right.
But again, that all ties back to our we have to check those boxes. We have to check every single one of those boxes, because the victims of a reversal of a death penalty case are the families.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
And we have to do everything we can to protect those people. They've gone through enough.
So as you've, I know you haven't watched every minute of this trial, and I mean, you do have.
I am a little bit of like a true crime,
I know
legal eagle junkie, but no, I haven't had it. I wish I could watch everything. But anyways, go ahead. What was your?
So what have been the things for you while we continue to wait that have most stuck out to you about this trial?
Well, I mean, I think ultimately, from my perspective, the prosecution's, the prosecution, it felt like didn't have to do anything other than play that video, Tanya. I mean, I don't, anybody that has even like sort of stuck their toe into this trial knows about that video, has seen snippets of that video, and I think that is the most unbelievable. I mean, you've said it. I mean, it's the most unbelievable. It lives rent-free in everybody's mind going forward.
Especially the ones that were in that courtroom.
Especially those people. Yeah. And so then on the defense side, I think that it's really interesting to see sort of the meticulous way that they are trying to work through developing, or not developing, but at least trying to establish, okay, maybe there's somebody that could say he's not a future danger. Maybe there's somebody that's going to say this horrific thing that happened, nobody could have seen it coming. Everybody is like, oh, he was nice, he was this, he was, whatever it is. I had a relationship with him. He was in my class. He was whatever it is. Nobody could have seen this coming. So maybe we can't predict future danger, but then to like sort of continue to build, sort of that wall of defense, getting into this whole mitigation of, autism spectrum disorder. Do you treat people on that spectrum all the same way? Or do you pick and choose? Or people that have, learning differences, or people that have,
Right.
major depressive disorder, or whatever it is. And so it's been in my mind, and again, I have to, sort of say to the world, I am currently a defense attorney.
And you've been a prosecutor.
I've been a prosecutor.
You've done both.
And when I was a prosecutor, I was full on like drinking the Kool-Aid every day as a prosecutor, right? And just as enthusiastically, I'm a defense attorney. As hard as I worked as a prosecutor, I work equally as hard as a defense attorney. And so right now, my perspective is coming from, I'm a defense attorney right now, right? And so I think that, for me, it's just been interesting to watch the defense try to put something together that has the potential of getting life without the possibility of parole. Now, are they going to get it? I'm not even going to say it out loud, but
You can.
I think
nobody'll hear it.
it's really, it's tough.
They have a high. I just don't.
I don't know that we're.
It's hard to see how. Of course, again, you never know. There could be that one person,
Right.
and I keep saying it only takes one.
It does.
But I have a hard time believing that would be the case.
And then it's interesting, I feel like in some jurisdictions, sort of nobody is real, like the alternates in the case are kind of all mixed in, and everybody is listening to the case all at one time. And so ultimately the 12 people that go back to make the decision about whether or not we're going to, how we're answering special issues 1 and 2, you don't necessarily know who those people are going to be. And so it's interesting, like, what if one of the people that is like pro-life ends up being in that, and so it's just sort of an interesting.
Right. There can always be all kinds of things that can happen. I mean, one thing from the start, this trial was just a little bit of a shocker when he pled guilty. That was unexpected.
Yeah.
And of course, I think, of course, once we got deeper into the trial, it became clear why.
Exactly.
Right.
I was going to say.
It was almost like, if you don't plead guilty, you're just going to tick the jury off because the evidence against you is so overwhelming.
Right.
And and if you don't plead guilty, you're effectively forcing them to listen to this twice.
And that
would have made it worse.
For me was the strategy. The strategy was, these facts are so horrific. We cannot under any circumstances because again, remember, your punishment case is essentially your guilt innocence case plus some.
Right.
So you get to literally put on your case again as the prosecution in the defense case, and that would literally be them hearing this evidence twice, solidifying any question that they may have had that they didn't get answered during guilt. And so that was a huge strategic
And you
move.
understood why they did it at that point.
Oh my God.
I think at the beginning it was a little bit like, what?
Right. People
But
were
now
shocked.
it's like, oh,
Absolutely. That was completely strategic on the part of the defendant. It was the right move. It was, and then you're, I'm sure, hoping that it's going to, sort of curry a little bit of favor with the jury, right? That I took responsibility for this. I'm not trying to say that it
But did
wasn't
he?
me. Well, I mean, he pled guilty, so we don't have to say allegedly.
True. I will say that did make it simpler in this trial, because that could be much more direct. I didn't have to like beat around the bush, 'cause, and
As we're talking about
which
it.
is not one of my favorite tasks. I'm
Right.
pretty. I mean, direct is essentially what I like to be. Okay, so folks are at. Okay, Zeke, bring the video up behind us. You can see Tanner Horner walking into the courtroom, sitting down. So we should be getting underway here pretty soon. So folks are asking us, will Cassie testify? We don't
Look
know.
at those eyes, Tanya.
What do you say about that?
He looked directly at that camera, and I don't know if there's anything behind those eyes. Tanner Horner.
What do you mean by that?
It looks empty, right? His eyes just sort of, as he stared, as he looked back, it looked just empty. And how concerning is that, right? Like how when you look at somebody like that, we talk a lot about you can never, the most dangerous people, the most dangerous monsters are monsters because you can't see them coming, right?
And to me, that's Tanner Horner.
And I think he looked over his shoulder just now, and we saw the face of somebody that you don't see coming as a monster.
Yeah.
That's scary. Okay, sorry, you had a question.
No, it was a great thought, because I think that's the hard part of this trial, is that he's the FedEx driver.
He's
He's the
FedEx
delivery
driver.
guy. I'm trying to cut back on my. I don't so much do FedEx, but I'm really trying to cut back on my Amazon bill, because
Well,
it's gotten ridiculous.
But
Welcome
to the rest of us.
You think about just how many times we have delivery drivers come into our house, and again, I've said this before. I'll say it again. Most kidnappings, things of this nature, are committed by people that know the child. This is really, really
statistically,
unusual. It's
right.
statistically extremely unusual. But,
Yes.
But that doesn't make it any less scary.
Here's the crazy. So we talked about that. I have young children. I mean, they're young. They're a little bit younger than your child.
My giant 14-year-old, yeah.
Yes, and so sort of since this trial, every single time something gets delivered to my kids used to be able to, like, oh, they're here, like, let me run out, let me grab the package, no more. No
you
more.
don't know.
I don't know. And then maybe you're the same person that always delivers for us. I have no idea. I don't care. Like, clearly something can go horribly wrong at any moment, and this could potentially be the result, right? Like, so literally, like, even over the weekend, as we were getting, like, whatever it was delivered, absolutely not. Watch that truck drive completely away, and then we're all going out to get together. To get it together, because we're not, you know what I mean? Like, I can't.
No, I do.
It is overwhelming, the thought. That's what, you do not see the monster coming.
Right. And I think that's why, and that's also why a lot of people are watching this trial, I think, because you're right. You do not see the.
So if he walks.
Okay, I think are we starting to get some sound from that courtroom, Zeke?
I wonder, are we?
We'll see. Zeke, you can kill our mics.
All right, counsel, the witnesses told me that she does have a hearing disability, but she would like to start out seeing if she can hear y'all from the tables, and if she can't, just come forward like you did before with the previous witness, and make sure you stand where the jury can see her.
Yes,
okay?
Thank you.
All right, both sides ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. You do not have to stand up. You sit down. Okay? All right, everyone may be seated. Good morning. I apologize for the delay, but we are ready to get started. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goebel.
Thank you, Aaron. Good morning. Good morning. Now I'm going to refer to you as Michelle for the purpose of this hearing. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. So, Michelle, how do you know Tanner Horner?
I know Tanner. We moved in the neighborhood, I believe it was in 2001, and my son was friends with Tanner.
Are they close in age?
Yes, sir. My son's older than Tanner, like a year.
Okay. And was your son and Tanner similar in other ways besides their age?
Yes, sir.
And how was that?
They both have Asperger's, and they were both bullied a lot in the neighborhood. We lived in a neighborhood that was kind of bad. I didn't know it was bad when I moved in there, but we found out real quick. I drove my kids to school, my children to school every single day. And, but sometimes I had to work later and my son would ride the bus. And when my son would ride the bus, Tanner rode the bus also. And sometimes Tanner got locked out of his house when he was just a little boy. My son was probably 11 when we moved in the neighborhood. And so that would make Tanner 9.
So let's start by backing up on the bullying. You said that they were both bullied, or just Tanner?
No, they were both bullied.
And who was doing that?
There was some neighborhood boys in the neighborhood. There was like 3, and then those 3 had a couple other ones that were older. There were like 2 older ones, and then the 3 boys, they had 2 older ones, and then they had one that was, I think, younger than Tanner, I think.
And what do you mean by bully?
They would beat them up.
Like physically?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the injuries?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever try to intervene?
Mm-hmm. All
Okay,
the time.
could you say yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're fine.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Ann.
Yes, sir.
So, how did you try to intervene?
Well, one day when my son saw Tanner sitting on the porch, and my son said, "Mama, I have to go down there and save Tanner." And I said, "Okay." He went down there.
Which I'll object to hearsay. To what somebody else told her.
Go ahead. You can say it. Go ahead.
My son came home and said, "Mama, I have to go down there and save Tanner." And I said, "Okay." And so my son ran down there to save Tanner, and then my son ran home and said, "Mama, they're after me, they're after me." And I said, "Who?" And then so those boys came to my house, and they came to my door. And that one mean boy had on a ball cap, and his ball cap was on my head right here. And I said, "You're going to have to go through me before you get to my boy." And I said, and I did say this, I said, "Bad boys, bad," because they were all 3. I said, bad boys, what you going to do when they come for you?" And I dialed 911. And the police came, and all them boys, and I think the little boy he was probably 9 years old, and they were all getting arrested at that time. And that was, I don't know what year or anything like that, but
Let's keep it question and answer.
Slow down for just a second here. Well, let's I want you to jump forward a little bit on those 3 particular boys. Besides calling the police, was there other ways that you ended up kind of intervening in their lives?
Mm-hmm. Well, those boys had a bad upbringing. They were very poor. And I made friends with them because their living situation was real, real bad. And so I walked a lot in the neighborhood. And I
Let
made,
me go ahead and get to the question.
but I walked by where those boys lived.
Sure.
And so that's how I knew that they had a bad neighborhood, and I made friends with the mom and the daddy. And I told those boys that if they needed a place to stay in the winter, in the rain, that they could come stay at my house. And so I made friends with them.
And why would they have needed a place to stay?
They lived in a tent in the yard. And
Did you ever take anything to them?
I took clothes from my son.
Now let's go back to Tanner for a second. You talked about Tanner being locked out of his house. How often did you see that?
A lot.
So he would come home from school and he just couldn't get in. So did your son play with him outside? What did they do?
No. Sometimes Tanner would come over and I'd give him a snack, you know. And then Grandma would get home and then he would go home.
Now, do you know why no one would have been home when he came home?
Grandma was working.
She worked a lot?
Well, she had to. She was the only one that I knew of that was taking care of Tanner and the little boy.
Did you get to know her?
I met her a few times. I was very, very busy. And when I met her a couple times.
Do you know who else lived with Tanner?
His little brother and his grandpa.
And, well, you talked about the little brother. Did you ever see Tanner with his little brother?
Some. He wagged him around some.
He was what, dragging him around? Is that just like a typical older brother thing, or? And how did you see him treating his brother?
He was kind to his brother.
Do you know if Tanner had his own room in the house?
He had a room, but it wasn't his room. It was his mom's room, but she wasn't there. But then when she came home, he was maybe 13, 14 years old. She had been gone that long. And he had to share it with the little boy. And then when the mama came home, he had to go live out in the shed. And my son was down there helping him clean it up. And my son came home and said, "Mama, it's terrible. I can't do it." Because my son has Asperger's also, and they have to have structure. And my house was structured for my son, and when my son saw that, they go like this. "I can't do it, Mama, I can't do it. Will you help us?" And I said, "I can't. I don't have time, babe. I don't have time to help do that." But when they're in a bad structure and it's not lined out for them, or if something changed, for instance, if
Okay, let's keep this question and answer.
Okay. So can you talk about your son having Asperger's and Tanner being different to you? What were some of the other things you noticed about Tanner that made you think he was neuroatypical?
Tanner wasn't as mature. He was more younger than his age.
Now, eventually, so the whole time you knew him, was it always that way? He didn't
Yes, sir.
mature? Did that lack of maturity and the living situation eventually put a strain on his friendship with your son?
Yes, sir.
Did they stop hanging out?
That wasn't what happened.
Okay, tell me.
My son was bullied so much at school that in 7th grade, 8th grade, he was in the alternative school quite a bit. And he liked it in the alternative school because he was like the only one, and there was only like 2 or 3 people, and he made really good grades, and he did really good. So I took my son out of the public school and put my son in a Christian school. And so then he wasn't around Tanner as much because then he made different friends.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Tanner have a lot of friends?
Oh, no, sir. Sorry.
And was there a time when Jackie had suggested that the boys have a joint birthday party?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me about that?
Because Tanner didn't have very many friends, and he and my son was his friend. And Jackie noticed that we were loving on Tanner, and she found out that they had the same birthday. Tanner's is one day before my son's, but my son was in '89. And she worked where she could make cakes. And so I let my son, and we had a birthday party down at Tanner's house for them. I don't remember the year or how old they were.
How'd the party go?
It was nice.
Did you ever see Tanner with a girlfriend?
Tanner had his first girlfriend. I don't remember how old, and I'm not going to mention her names, but he was so excited, and he brought her to meet me.
Did he?
He was happy.
Sweet. What about music? Did you see Tanner develop an interest in music?
They liked Christian rock.
Uh-huh.
There's different types of Christian music, and they liked the more hard rock Christian music.
So you say they, you mean Tanner
My
and
son and Tanner.
So they both kind of had this musical interest.
And then Tanner got a guitar, and he played the drums.
Yeah.
And so my son eventually would go down there and in the shed, and my son wanted a guitar, so I got my son a guitar. And then there was these big boys, older boys than Tanner and Herman.
You're all right.
It's okay, just go on.
And they ransacked and stole their guitars and broke into my son's house, our house, and stole my son's guitars. A guitar.
Did you talk about kind of the ways that your son and Tanner might behave differently? Did you ever see Tanner act out?
I never saw Tanner act out.
And you had mentioned Tanner's mother maybe moving back in. Did Tanner ever mention his mother to you?
Yeah.
Did he say he missed her? Or
He missed his
mad at her?
mama. He wanted his mama.
And what, as a mother of a child with Asperger's, what are some of the difficulties that you had to deal with?
Oh gosh. Like I said, okay, may I give a for instance, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you told them we're going to go have pizza after school, and that's what they think about all day long. We're going to go have this pizza, okay? You pick them up from school and you say, well, we can't go have pizza. We're going to go have a hamburger. I don't want a hamburger. I want pizza. You said we were going to have pizza. Maybe we're going to have a hamburger. We've been invited. I don't want to go, I'm not going, I'm not going, I'm not going, and then this the aggravation like 100 times. If you, a normal person, changed the plans, it would be okay. But they've been thinking about that pizza all day long. And you cannot change their routine like that. You can't change it. If you say,
Okay. Now you talked about your son actually did better in the alternative class.
Mm-hmm.
Were there resources
Yes, sir.
that were helpful for him to succeed?
yes, sir.
What kind of things would help?
Just being in that environment, the smaller environment, where there was only 2 or 3 children in that environment, it was, they have a very hard time in a big setting. It's very hard for them. It's hard for them to comprehend a big group. My son that was the only time my son had a birthday party with somebody else. That was his birthday. He's not having a birthday party with anyone. My dad and my nephew's birthday is in August. He did not even want to have his birthday with his grandpa or his nephew. It was his day.
I want to ask you a question about you. Have you been involved in prison ministry?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me about that, please?
I did prison ministry just with the women, Tarrant County, for 5 years. And street ministry and homeless ministry also. I'm still doing homeless ministry and street ministry to this day. We can't be conformed to the world. We have to have a renewing of your mind. You can't be conformed to the world. You have to transform your mind into God. And if you let God transform your mind, then things can be better. And people just have to know that Jesus can change your world. Jesus can change your mind, and Jesus can make things better. He can, and he will if you let him. If you let him in, he will, and he can.
I'm going to look at my notes here real quick.
I even let
Okay, hang on, let
Hold
him
on
ask
one
a
second.
question.
1 second, Michelle. I'll get back. Your Honor, I'll pass the witness. Thank you, Michelle.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, let me just ask you talked a little bit about your son. How's your son now?
My son now is maturing more now than he ever has. He had an upset a year and a half ago, and it was a death in the family, and it just took him down hard. There was no communication between he and I. If you say one wrong word, it blocks the communication. But my son is older, and he's more mature now. He has 2 children he has to take care of. And they're great children. My grandson plays 3 instruments. My granddaughter is an excellent drawer. She can draw and paint. My son his wife works and he stays home and has taken care of the children their entire life.
So, wife works, he's married and got 2 kids.
Yes, sir.
When's the last time you saw Tanner Horner?
We moved out of the neighborhood in 2011, or probably 2011.
So that's
15 years ago.
15 years ago, that's the last time you saw him?
Yes. No, that's not true. I saw Tanner one day at the gas station, and he came up to me, and he was like, hi, do you remember me? Kind of like a little kid would. And I said, of course, Tanner, I remember you.
So other than that, you haven't had any contact with him in the last 15 years?
Correct, sir.
That's a witness.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May she be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is your next witness here?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. Come in. Good morning. Go put those down. If you'd raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, just have a seat. Be careful. That chair's kind of, it's county issued, so be careful, okay? Okay. There's a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay? Don't be nervous. You'll do just fine, okay? All right, Mr. Coble.
Your Honor, may I
Ms. Ayers.
approach?
Oh,
May I approach the witness?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
And will this be your witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Good morning.
Morning.
You doing okay?
I'm just very nervous about being here, and I'm just very nervous right now.
Well, I'm going to try not to take up too much of your time. As you know, we are not using your real name today, and you've asked to be called Jay, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Jay, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your relationship with Tanner Horner. How do you know Tanner?
I met him back in 2014. Through mutual acquaintance, I'd really not like to give the specific details on who, but we have a mutual acquaintance, and at that point we became friends.
Well, how long have you known him?
From that point, we were really good. We were close. From 2014 all the way up to, I'd say, I think 2017 or 2018.
Now, Jay, you said that you had met Tanner through mutual acquaintances. Was Tanner dating one of those acquaintances?
No, ma'am.
Was Tanner later dating another acquaintance of yours?
Yes, ma'am.
When was it that he was dating that acquaintance of yours?
I'd say 2015 or 16.
While he was dating this acquaintance, would you two get together and hang out?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how often would y'all get together and hang out?
I'm trying to think because the dates are kind of, when I lived in that area, he'd usually come over every other day, and on the weekends we'd stay up all night laughing, watching Spirit Science and other stuff.
What is Spirit Science?
It was a YouTube channel show that he showed me about crystals and energy and all that stuff.
At some point, did Tanner and your acquaintance end their romantic relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
After that, did y'all still continue to hang out?
Not as often. I shortly moved away from that area, and by that point, I started seeing him less and less. And once I started my own, when I got married, we stopped seeing each other at that point.
When after Tanner and your acquaintance broke up, you said that you didn't see him often, but did you still consider him a friend?
At that point, yes. And in fact, I didn't start seeing him again until around 2021. I was going through issues with a relationship, and I had nobody to help me with my son. And so I was working with a security detail at the time, and I would occasionally drop my son off with him and his wife and his son, and so they would watch him while I went to work.
Did that help you out a lot?
Yes, it helped me keep my job.
So over the years, it seems like you've spent a lot of time with Tanner. How well would you say you know him?
Years ago, I could say I know him pretty well, but like as the time progressed from that point, we went distant. It was in 2022. I moved to another city, and at that point, I stopped talking to him and stopped talking to me, and that was pretty much the end of it. Then I saw in the news about what was going on, and I was still in shock to believe this because this didn't seem like the Tanner I had once known. So I didn't know what to make of it, and I was, I looked at my son and I was like, kind of shocked because I was still processing this because it's not every day that someone you would consider your best friend at the time you'd think that.
Well, Jay, you said that when you saw the news, you were shocked because that wasn't the Tanner that you know. So let's talk about the Tanner that you knew back then. What kind of guy was Tanner when y'all were hanging out like that?
Well, I don't exactly have common sense, but I always thought Tanner as kind of like a goofball, someone fun to hang out with, because he'd show up smoking cigarettes, making jokes, playing Yu-Gi-Oh card game with me, and just laughing and drinking alcohol. So.
Well, what's Yu-Gi-Oh?
It's a card game based off the TV show that came out, I believe, in 1999.
What kind of show is that?
It's an anime kids show. Wow, it's an anime show. It was originally targeted for teenagers, but for kids, for America, wound up making it for like 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, and that's kind of what I was growing up on. So it was kind of cool finding someone who could play that card game.
Other than the Yu-Gi-Oh, why do you think y'all got along so well?
Well, since I had graduated high school at the time, it was hard to find other people who shared the same interest I did at that point. and we just hit it off. Had a good time. And so.
Did y'all have the same, similar sense of humor?
Kind of, yeah.
Did y'all like the same kind of TV shows?
I wasn't really into the spirit science. I just watch it to, like, he'd want to say, hey, come watch this. However, he did get me onto a TV show, YouTube channel called Team 4-Star, which is probably the funniest YouTube channel I've watched.
I'm gonna write that one down, I'll have to check that one out. Did y'all have the same taste in music?
Yes.
What kind of music were y'all listening to?
We were listening to rock, metal, heavy metal, screamo, pretty much that.
You mentioned screamo. What is screamo?
It's pretty much when you're screaming the lyrics.
So more screaming, less singing?
It depends on how you want to look at it.
Okay. Through the years that you knew Tanner, did you ever have the opportunity to meet his family?
Yes, I did. I met his grandparents, and I've always liked them. Bill used to tell me out of all the people that Tanner brought over, he respected me the most, and I think it's because I had a grandparent who was in the military at one point, and seeing Bill, I had respect for him, and I know Tanner and him never really got along together, but I've always liked Bill, and he, in fact, before he passed away, he handed me a book to read, and I really wish I could remember the name of it. I'm sure I have it still. And but I was always respectful to him and Jackie was always sweet and nice to me. Anytime I came over, she asked if I wanted anything, or yeah.
Well, it sounds like Bill was tough on Tanner.
Yes, I'd say just the typical amount, like, hey, get your room clean, hey, don't talk like that, and come on, you need to respect me and Jackie, that kind of deal. I never really seen Bill as like rough, I just seen him as any other person would see that man of that statue.
Well, Jay, did you ever see Bill yelling at Tanner?
Yes, I've seen that multiple times.
When he was yelling at Tanner, what kinds of things was he saying to him?
I don't remember what the conversation was about. I remember, the images in my head of him yelling, but I don't remember what it was about. I remember Tanner would turn around and he would roll his eyes and then would walk to his room or backyard, pick up a cigarette, and he'd start smoking and venting towards me.
Did you ever hear Bill telling him that he was a screw off?
Yes.
Did you ever hear him telling him that he was a piece of trash, just like his mother?
I don't remember the part about the piece of trash part, but I know there was some comparisons to him and his mom. Unfortunately, a lot of that time, I get easily distracted, and when they showed me Doctor Who and the TV was on, I was, sorry, man, sorry.
That's okay. Do you recall a time when Bill got mad at Tanner just for accidentally breaking something?
Not to my recollection. It probably happened, but I don't remember.
Do you remember telling us a story about a ventilation hood?
No, that wasn't with Bill. That was at the place I was living at, and it belonged to a relative of mine, that ventilation hood.
Oh, okay. Did you meet Tanner's mother, Melissa?
One or two times.
What was she like?
She barely knew I was there. She was mostly cooped up in her room asleep most of the time. She, like I said, she didn't even acknowledge I was really there.
Did you ever see her and Tanner together?
Not really. Most of the time, hey, come over to my room, and I just chill in his room, or I'd sit in the living room, or one of those two.
Do you recall ever seeing Melissa or hearing Melissa badmouth him or belittle him or berate Tanner?
Yes.
Well, what was that like?
I remember one time I came over to his house to hang out with him, and we're sitting there in the living room, and I don't remember what they were yelling at, but she was screaming at him for something, and he was upset. He turned around, he pulled me, he's like, hey, come on. And then he said, I can't stand her, and he said something else, like, barely recall. It's been a long time.
Jay, during the time that you knew Tanner, do you know if his, how often was his mom around?
Not that often. Like I said, the 2 times I did see her, that was, she had came out of the room. Other than that, she was hardly ever there. I think she might have been incarcerated or she was out somewhere. I'm not sure.
But you did know that she wasn't in the house?
She was hardly there.
How did that affect Tanner?
Well, I think at that point, he was over it. And he didn't care anymore. I'm sure deep down it bothered him, but at a certain point, I think he just stopped caring.
Jay, I want to go back to this acquaintance that Tanner had been dating. How long did they date? If you know.
I think it was 2 or 3 years.
What was their relationship like?
One of them was very clingy. The other one was constantly hitting his own head because he'd rather hurt himself than hurt her. And then she would turn around, antagonize him a couple of times, but there were moments where he would turn around and try to do sweet things for her.
You said that one of them was very clingy. Was that the woman?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that Tanner would hit his head rather than hurt her.
Yes.
Tell me about that. What would she do to make him want to hit his own head?
Well, so a lot of times she'd cut him off and wouldn't listen to him, and it would make him upset, and he would just go like that. Or he'd hit his head against the wall a few times.
And, Your Honor, for the record, I would like the record to reflect that the witness was making a fist and putting it to the side of his head several times.
Record also reflect.
Jay, when Tanner would hit himself in the head, how hard would he hit himself?
Pretty hard. I could hear it. I was like, hey, dude, you all right there? And then he'd spit and he'd take another puff from the cigarette or whatever, and he would try to tell me she's driving me freaking crazy, and he would vent on how she was making him feel.
In spite of all of the antagonism, and despite how many times she antagonized him, did you ever see Tanner become physically aggressive towards this woman?
No.
Instead, would he turn that towards himself?
Yes.
Was that common for him to hit himself in the head like that?
Yes.
How often would you see things like that happen?
Things would be fine. If he was coming over to visit with me, he'd be fine and whatnot. But when she'd come over, about maybe after a few minutes, then there we go, the yelling and the cursing, and that's when he would start hitting himself.
Could you tell what would trigger these, for lack of a better word, these meltdowns?
Just about anything. He might have looked the wrong way, and she would get upset, and or he didn't do something, or he didn't know what she was thinking, and she'd get mad and scold him for it.
At any time during these meltdowns, did you ever see Tanner destroy property?
Yes, one of those times, there was a ventilation hood that was on that property I was staying at. It belonged to some relatives of mine. they were doing, using it, and he turned around, he took his frustration out on that.
Did you ever see Tanner take his frustrations out on another human being?
No, not even when my spouse had kicked him in the groin.
Tell me about that. What happened?
We were at Walmart late at night, and we were laughing, joking around, and she was playing, and she got him in the groin, and he was in a lot of pain. He was so mad. He just suggested, just take me home right now. And so I dropped him off, and then my spouse and I continued to go about our evening.
Now, Jay, did you, you said that you and Tanner had similar taste in music and that he was a good musician. Was Tanner ever in a band?
Yes, Sacred Sound.
What kind of band was that?
It wasn't quite screamo or hardcore. It was, I'd say, more like punk rock.
Were they good?
I thought so. I liked the band.
Did you go see a lot of their shows?
When they went to Tomcats, I did.
Did you ever see, oh, you said Tomcats. Was that an all-age venue?
No, I think they were 21 and up. I can't remember. I know it was a venue on Altamir.
Did you ever see any young women hanging out with the band?
Well, there's a lot of young women there. I think so. It's kind of a blur on that part. Like some of the images, or memories I have of Tomcats and of the band, I barely recall. I have one image where it was Jackie there trying to sell merch, and there was also one image where I climbed up on their bus. They were showing me out, and that was pretty cool.
During the time that you spent with Tanner and the band and those people, did you ever hear any allegations of sexual abuse against any of these young women?
Judge, I'll object. That calls for hearsay.
Sustained. No, you don't have to answer.
Oh, sorry.
And Your Honor, that does not go to, it's not hearsay because it doesn't go to the truth of the matter asserted?
The objection is sustained.
Jay, a minute ago, you had talked about Tanner hitting himself in the head and that he would smoke a cigarette or something to help him calm down. What did you mean by or something? Did you ever see Tanner smoke marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
In the environment where Tanner grew up, were there a lot of people around him that did drugs?
Other than his mother, not entirely, no, not that I know of. I mean, his band and, did pot, they did pot,
When you saw Tanner smoking the marijuana, was it just the two of you, or were you more in a social setting?
It was just the two of us.
Jay, did Tanner ever confide in you about being sexually assaulted himself?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'll object. That's hearsay.
Let me hear the question. Go ahead.
Did he give you any details without saying what he said? Was he able to give you details?
No, ma'am.
Judge, I'll still object. It's still hearsay.
All right. We hadn't gotten into a conversation. Go ahead.
Was he able to give you any details?
Well,
Judge,
he
that
was
calls
able
for
to.
speculation. I'll object to that. That calls for speculation on his part.
Sustained as to speculation.
Jay, after that initial conversation where Tanner confided in you about being sexually assaulted, did he ever mention it to you again?
No, ma'am. It was one of the times we were drunk together and it slipped out, and when I asked him about it, he didn't give me any details.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Sir, you hung out with Tanner all the way through 2022, didn't you?
We didn't hang out like we did in those first, like 2014 and 2015. It wasn't like that. It was ever so often we'd hang out at that point.
And it kind of seems like a little bit, y'all kind of partied together a little bit. Is that right?
It was, no, not entirely. It was those first 2 years of 2014 and 2015 before I messed up my life and then fixed it.
But back during that time, you talked a little bit about marijuana. That wasn't the only drug you and Tanner did together, was it?
No, sir.
And what all drugs did y'all do together?
We did acid and we also did Molly.
Okay. And did you get that Molly from Tanner?
Yes, sir.
Did you get the acid from Tanner?
Yes, sir.
Were you doing acid and Molly before you got it from Tanner?
No, sir.
Talked a little bit about Bill, and that'll be the last thing I'm going to ask you. You said that you respected Bill, right?
Yes, sir. He was not only was he a veteran, he was a good man.
And that you said something to the effect that he was trying to teach Tanner how to act and how to behave.
Yes, sir.
And you respected that.
Yes, sir.
You think that's a good thing for a parental figure to teach a kid how to behave and how to have respect for people around him?
Yes, sir. I'm instilling that into my child.
Pass the witness, Ron.
Read it right.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
May he be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go. Just go with the deputy. All right, we're going to take a short break, okay? Call you back in just a little bit.
All right, Bree. So we've been listening to Jay, this former friend.
Yes.
What do you make of his testimony?
So Jay, it's so funny because you and I were sitting here saying, okay, what is Jay adding? And I think that what was shocking and scary and terrifying.
Oh yeah, because we both looked at each other.
We couldn't believe it. That Jay says in 2021, he was going through some issues with a relationship. He didn't have anyone to help him with his son. And so he would drop his son off with Tanner Horner.
While he was at work.
While he was at work.
And of course, we don't know how old son is, but he's clearly young enough to need a babysitter.
Right.
I mean, I'd be just terrified if I thought that I had left my kid with somebody who ultimately ended up being...
In 2021.
Yeah, because this is... Yeah. Because this is the year before.
This is the year before. And so then the question, obviously, like as a parent, right? Like, can't you imagine saying to yourself, holy bejesus.
Oh, yeah. No, again.
What did he do to my kid?
You and I both looked at each other like, oh my God.
Yeah. So, but I think that the point, from the defense perspective, right? The point of that testimony, I mean, he said a bunch of other stuff that I think was not that helpful. But that saying, hey, listen, he was a trustworthy guy. I left my own son with him. My son was fine. You know, all of that kind of thing. He wasn't dangerous to my son. I think that
Maybe
was...
it's because he was a little girl. He wasn't a little girl.
Oh.
I also said that when we were watching it.
Could be, right. So I think that that was a big moment. And then I think that the other moment, it felt like the defense spent a lot of time on this and like asking for examples and, you know, having him go into different things about, have you ever seen him be violent, physically violent, physically aggressive towards, and I think the words that the defense used was any other human being, like ever in life. And this particular witness said no, and then gave this very strange example about when his spouse kicked Tanner in the groin, and even then, even though he was so mad, Tanner didn't respond in an aggressive or violent way. Yeah. And so if we're trying to say to ourselves, like, what...
She wasn't a little girl.
Okay, and then...
Sorry.
No, but you're right? These are adults. They were adults.
Yeah.
These, you know, and the if the friend's child was a boy, that's different. I mean, you know, I don't know that there's any...
And we don't know, you know, what goes through Tanner Horner's mind.
We don't, but I think that those are the things...
Right.
That, you know, just to say that this was... And so you and I, Tanya, have talked so much about, you know, what lane is the defense really in? Because something like this guy's testimony to me suggests, I'm trying to paint a picture of somebody who's nonviolent and you know, doesn't get upset and can babysit people's children, and so he's a good guy, right? And so what is that accomplishing?
Is it accomplishing something?
Right. And I think that that's sort of the part that may be getting a little bit confusing, right? If I'm a juror and I'm listening to this, I'm kind of saying to myself, okay, but you're not a gentle, kind person. Like, you have said that you have killed a child in cold blood while they were pleading for their life. So you're not a gentle and kind person. Were you a gentle and kind person at one point in your life? Again, what we've talked about, right, is when we're in the punishment phase of any trial, not just death penalty trials, the whole point is the whole picture.
Right. Is there anything mitigating?
Is there anything mitigating? But also, like, on that one day when you helped that little old lady carry her groceries across the street, we want to highlight that because we want to give you the whole picture, jury. We want you to understand everything about this person, not just the one horrific thing that they did on that day.
Except for this was a pretty big horrific thing.
This is beyond her. I mean, I don't even know that they're, you know what I mean?
It's like looking for like words in the vocabulary to describe how bad this is. I have run out. We've run out of adjectives.
And I also don't even know if any of the adjectives we were using really got us there. I mean, to describe the horror of it. So so I'm not 100% sure. And then I think that the prosecution was really effective on their cross. Their cross for both witnesses that just testified were super short. But on this particular witness, they just said, you know, what did you do with Tanner? We used drugs.
Tanner gave him acid mollies.
And that he had never
used. And I was in the process of looking up the word molly because it wasn't
Molly
positive.
is like a drug that is like a party drug.
I knew it was something like that.
Yeah. But he also said...
See, this is good. I didn't exactly know what that is. That means I've never done anything like that.
Well, and, you know, everybody...
yeah.
Not everybody has...
Call me a geek.
No, I think it's good because, you know, look at what acid and molly does to a person.
Apparently.
So, but I think that the other part that the prosecution established to counter this, you're a good person, you babysit little kids, and you are never aggressive, is to counter that. This witness testified that Tanner Horner is the one that turned him on to using these very hard drugs. Right. And I think, you know, acid.
Okay. So somebody's telling me Molly is like ecstasy or.
Yeah, like like a party.
Well, and I was literally about to look that. I was in the process of looking that up when they went out to. Because I was like, what is that exactly?
Yeah.
I should know the answer to this, but I didn't know.
I don't know. Are people using, I mean, you know what I mean? Is it still a party drug? I know it used to be. I don't know if people are really using it.
I don't really party.
Okay.
So.
Well, okay.
What do you think about the mom of his former friend?
Right. So this, I thought, was another really interesting witness. This is the person that asked to be referred to as Michelle.
Right.
So she and her son were neighbors with Tanner Horner, and we're talking, she said in 2000, did I hear her correctly? Somebody tell us, in 2001?
Yeah, cause it's something like that, because she said she hadn't seen him
in 15 years.
Like 15 years, except for at the gas station or something.
Yeah, ran into him and so I think that her testimony was really all about Tanner was not right. Tanner was, presented himself as younger than his actual age, that he would interact with her and her son in a way that was like very childlike. It seemed like she was describing circumstances like around birthday parties where he would like struggle. You know how you have little kids that are like, oh, but why isn't it my birthday? Like, why isn't this day about me? And that he would sort of behave in that way. But then she talks about how she does prison ministry.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So she spent some time talking about that. She spent some time talking about, sort of offering some perspective from a sort of religious standpoint, that God can always forgive you, God can always change your mind.
To the world,
right.
Something else. I think she was referring to the scripture, "Don't be conformed to the world," but something about the renewing of your mind. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, she was quoting a scripture.
Yes, and I don't recall the specific scripture. Katani's going to look it up, but I think that the other. She really, and I think that she was sort of talking from the perspective of like, as I minister in these prisons, this is sort of the message that I convey to either the men or women. I don't know if she ministers in women's prisons or men's prisons, but let God transform your mind, right?
Exactly.
Let Jesus can always give your life, sort of
the Jesus spiel, yeah.
Right, and so
we're going to bring Rebecca in though.
Ooh,
we got Rebecca
yes.
Lopez. I'm glad. We are so glad to see you. Everybody, they loved Brittany yesterday, but they definitely missed you. So talk to us about what's your thoughts about what we're hearing this morning.
Well, I thought that the prosecution, the only thing that I think the prosecution may have missed a little bit was when this mom of his friend said that Tanner kept asking for his mom. He wanted his mama when she wasn't around, and it's exactly the same thing that Athena cried over and over was, "I want my mama." And I think that would have been powerful for the prosecution to bring up.
Yeah, in fact, that was the thing that Terry was texting us about, was that very issue. What do you think about that? Because she says, talked about that, and of course, Athena Strand would have very much liked to have her mother too. What do you think, Bree?
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree so much with Rebecca that was like a point, right? That would have been a huge highlight on the part of the prosecution to say, so, you're saying that Tanner would call for his mother, that he wanted his mom, that he would cry for his mom. Are you aware that Athena Strand begged for her mom too? Exactly. And I think that would have been a very powerful, sorry, Rebecca, go ahead.
No, that's okay, Tanya. Something that I did learn while I was away, I did speak with some sources.
I can hear her.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Tanya, can you hear me?
Did that lose her?
Okay, yeah. So one of the things that I've learned yesterday, just talking to some sources, was that the jury is actually going to get a more detailed transcript of that phone call, not the phone call, I'm sorry, the video, the audio tape in the van, and that we could not hear in the courtroom because, sometimes it was hard to hear what Tanner Horner was saying to Athena, but it is a lot more graphic than we thought, according to the source that I spoke with. That says that the jury is going to get a transcript that's going to be more detailed about what he was asking Athena do that time when he's telling her to take off his shirt and what have you.
Yeah. And if
and
Tanya,
I can't actually hear Rebecca at the moment. Zeke's going to have to come replace my battery. Y'all can keep talking.
Okay. Well, I was going to share just with sort of what Rebecca was just saying is that she was able to learn that the jury is going to get an actual transcript of the audio recording from inside of the truck, because it was really difficult even in the courtroom to be able to hear what Tanner was actually saying to Athena. And I think that that's going to be unbelievably powerful as it relates to, because if it is more detailed and it is more graphic and it is more just sort of disgusting, especially if you put that on the backdrop of when he was a kid, he would call out for his mom, he missed his mom, he wanted his mom, he didn't want to be with these other people. And then here is Athena begging for her mom, and he is saying disgusting, awful, things to her. I think that that's a really powerful way to sort of wrap that whole thing up. So that's really interesting. I think maybe what's happening right now potentially is that the prosecution and the defense are agreeing on what the transcript is going to say. In other words, everybody gets to create a version, and then you match the versions up, and then you decide kind of what the real version is going to be, just because people hear things differently. So I bet you that's what's going on right now, and potentially why the jury wasn't given transcripts at the time that the video was played initially.
Right.
I'm thinking that that's probably what's going on there. So that's really interesting. What did you think, Rebecca, about the friend witness?
Yeah, I thought that was interesting too when he's talking about the kind of drugs that they were doing and that he didn't do acid and mollies, which is, by the way, a combination of ecstasy and cocaine. It's a very much a party drug. There were kids that OD'd on that way back in the maybe about a decade ago in Dallas. It was a really popular drug, and kids were like overdosing on those at raves. And so, it was a big party drug. And so he didn't do that, he said, until Tanner Horner gave him those drugs. And he said it kind of messed up his life until he was able to get himself back together. But he still took his kid over there and dropped him off at Tanner Horner's house for him and girlfriend of his son, which I'm assuming now he would just be mortified knowing what happened, even though he says, I can't believe what happened. If I learned that, then the person I was leaving my child with to babysit then kidnapped and killed a 7-year-old girl, I would be horrified.
Oh, that is like an understatement. That's Bree and I were talking about that before you came on, just the sheer terror that you would feel at knowing, and we don't know, they never said how old that child was, but clearly a child young enough to need a babysitter.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just, to me, that's what, stuck out. And he didn't hang out with him too much. But then that whole story, the wife kicking him at the grocery store, I was just kind of scratching my head on that one. So again, like you guys were saying, big deal that he didn't lose his temper with her. She wasn't an innocent 7-year-old girl that couldn't herself.
Exactly. Are we getting a sense of where we're going this afternoon? Are we going to get experts? I mean, we've obviously gotten a couple of people that knew him. We're trying to figure out how many more people are they going to bring in that effectively feel like they're kind of testifying the same thing.
Yeah, I think we're going to hear more witnesses, and then possibly a couple of more tomorrow and the next day. We are definitely going to hear from some families.
Okay. Go ahead, Bree.
No, I was going to say, I didn't hear the last thing that Rebecca said, which was we're definitely going to hear from family members.
Yeah, we think we're going to hear from the brother still, right?
Yes, and possibly Grant.
Right. No word on Cassie?
I don't think Cassie is set to testify in the trial.
Yeah, because folks in the chat are very much interested in hearing Cassie testify. They'd like to have her testimony. They'd also like to have Tanner Horner testify too. So
now,
yeah, I just don't think that Cassie would add anything to either the defense or the prosecution at this point. Well, maybe the prosecution, but I don't think that the defense isn't calling her for a reason. Otherwise, she might have been one of the first ones we heard from, but clearly it seems like she would be a hostile witness. She and has not been found, and it doesn't
Yeah, we're
Cassie
kind
come
of.
see me. Cassie hasn't come seen me.
Yeah. Hey,
So
Rebecca, we're starting.
She never, I believe, visit him.
Rebecca, we're kind of getting. It's kind of getting hard to hear you. I think that we're losing the signal a little bit. We'll let you go, and then we'll catch back up with you later this afternoon.
Okay.
Thanks, Rebecca. Folks thought I was cutting you off earlier when we were talking about the scripture. In fact, I was in the middle of looking it up when what was happening was they were telling me in my ear that Rebecca was waiting on the video call. So kind of, I don't know if folks understand this. I'm sort of juggling a little bit here because, I don't want to be like, stop talking. I'm trying to but I'm also trying to bring Rebecca in because she's at the courthouse and has a little bit more of a bird's eye view. But yeah, you're right. I've had a couple people email me and I was looking up that scripture. It's the one that says, do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that by testing you may discern what is the will of God, what is good, and hold on, let me spin God. Yeah, it goes on. Yeah, so, which is good and pleasing and perfect. Yeah. So I mean, it's like it's interesting because she's clearly someone of deep faith, and she's got involved in prison ministry, and you just wonder like how disconcerting. I keep thinking about all these people that know this guy and how disconcerting it is to know that a guy that your son hung out with in school. This other guy who his son was babysat by Tanner Horner, if you're the girl yesterday who dated him, and just how, disconcerting that would be to know that that person that you knew was capable of something so heinous.
I think it's you begin to ask yourself, like, can I even trust myself when I come into contact with people? Because now I'm not sure that I have any measure of discernment as it relates to someone's character, right? Like, I think it's terrifying. If I knew someone that committed a heinous crime, I would really have to say to myself, were there signs? Did I ignore things?
Did you miss something? Yeah.
Why, how on earth did I, as the person that I am, know somebody that was like this? Now, I will say this, it does honestly seem like everybody that was that sort of surrounded Tanner Horner all really had very significant and real struggles, right? Like, it didn't necessarily seem like, there was like the most stable people around him. It didn't seem like the friends that he had were super stable. It didn't, I mean, even that the woman that testified, the Michelle character that testified this morning, like it sounds like maybe her life is very together now and she ministers, in the prisons now, but I don't know that she was suggesting that back then in 2001 that she was an incredibly stable person, or that, you know what I'm saying? Like, she wasn't saying we were bringing stability to Tanner Horner, like, I'm not sure that's, so it does seem like everybody that was around him was struggling in some way.
In some form or fashion. Right. And so someone, and one of the things I do like to do is I like to answer folks' questions because I think that's a valuable part of this. Someone asked, can you turn down a subpoena? Because obviously a lot of these witnesses are being subpoenaed to come testify and that's why you see a lot of them are blurred, the judges allowing them to choose, because frankly, would you really want to be associated with this guy? I wouldn't want to be. So explain that to folks.
So do you want the real answer, or do you want like the defense attorney answer? No, I'm just kidding.
Let's give it both.
Okay, well, the real answer is subpoenas are court orders to appear, right? And if you violate a court order, then there are consequences to that. Now, there's a lot of strategy around whether or not all of the remedies when someone violates a subpoena, whether those would be exercised. But the truth is, like the letter of the law on the paper, if you disregard a subpoena, like you were properly served with a subpoena and you do not show up when you're supposed to show up, one of the remedies is the court can say you were properly served, we're going to go send you a ride, courtesy of the sheriff's department of whatever county you're in, and make you come to court. Now, in a case like this, would you ever want to do that? I don't think so, right? Because if you're trying to subpoena defense witnesses, we need everybody to be as favorable as possible.
As willing as possible, yeah.
So, for example, we were talking about, it sounds like people really want to hear from the girlfriend or the most recent girlfriend.
I know I do.
Two things. One, I don't know that she would add anything, right? I don't know that she's going to add anything that like isn't going to be covered by 50 other people. Number one, what is she, I mean, because you say to yourself, what is she going to say? Like, I didn't know that he was a sexual predator that was going to kill a child. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Well, but the YouTube jury would like to.
Okay, wouldn't we all? You know what I mean? But here's the other thing. Like, let's say they subpoenaed her. Let's say that they successfully got her served.
Right.
And so then she doesn't show up, and then they send, the sheriff's department to go and arrest her and bring her into court. Is that going to be a witness that you honestly want to question on behalf of Tanner Horner?
Right, because we're in the defense case right now.
We're in the defense case, right. And so we want everybody everybody is adding something, and everybody is favorable. And favorable, again, doesn't mean, Tanya, that we agree with what happened, that we're okay with what happened,
right.
That the death of a 7-year-old innocent child.
It's the effort to add perspective.
The whole picture.
Yeah.
Punishment is the whole picture, the whole person. So, but I don't think that I don't think that person would be the girlfriend. I don't think she would be favorable.
Okay, next question folks are asking is about professional counseling. I will say, I don't know all the details on this, but there is a provision in the Code of Criminal Procedure that does allow, in some cases, juries to get counseling, and I don't know exactly how that works, but it's there's I would hope that some provision would be made.
So I remember that you and I talked about this, but then I think Jen Falk discussed the fact that there is a provision in the criminal.
I think it's in the I think it's in the Code of Criminal Procedure.
I think it's in the Code of Criminal Procedure. Anyways, in these very, very intense, very difficult, because you're asking a juror to essentially volunteer, because they're getting paid something like $40 a day. I mean, in some instances they have to pay for their own parking. I mean, and so then you're asking them to come and listen to this horrific information. It's impacting their lives. It's impacting their families. It's impacting, you know what I mean? And then and so at the end of these really difficult experiences, there is a provision that says, okay, like if you are interested in seeking counseling services, like it usually I think comes through the district clerk or maybe the district attorney's office. I know that in some jurisdictions that I've practiced in, it's offered by the district attorney's office,
right.
Because it's something like the district attorney is or the state of Texas is bringing charges. That's why you're having to be in that courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're not there because the defense wants you there.
Right.
Right? Like we didn't, they charged our client. So in some jurisdictions where I've practiced, it's been offered by the district attorney's office. And it's just to say, hey, listen, if you just need somebody to talk to, you don't know where to go, here are resources.
Right.
So that's a really powerful thing.
Okay, so a few more. Folks want to know when we're going to see Zero.
Oh, I thought I talked about maybe he's going to come up with another one. Number 1. Instead of 0, -1.
Yeah, I don't know.
We don't know.
Crazy. Folks somebody asking, and we've done this one before, but we can do it again. Why is Tanner Horner not in handcuffs?
Ooh, that's a really good question. Okay, so interestingly, it's a little bit different right now because under normal circumstances, a criminal defendant is presumed innocent unless and until a jury of his peers finds him guilty, right? And so the presumption of innocence alone means that you can't be shackled, you're not supposed to be in prison, jail uniforms, all of that, because it gives off the perception that you did do something or that you could potentially be guilty without any evidence. So certainly during guilt innocence, never handcuffed. Now, do I believe wholeheartedly that Tanner Horner is shackled around his ankles and he has on probably a stun belt, which is sort of a belt that they put around.
I haven't seen any evidence of that, though.
Well, you may not be. I mean, you certainly see him shuffling, so I definitely think his feet are shackled.
But you're right, I've never seen his feet.
Yeah, he's shuffling when he walks. He's not like walking like a normal stride. So but there's also no way. There's absolutely no way that he is not shackled at his ankles at a minimum.
Well, Rebecca would probably know.
She would know. I think probably a stun belt, because it would be unusual in my mind to have a high-profile criminal defendant charged with or facing the death penalty and not have some additional measure of safety in that courtroom, mostly because it's so small, everybody's in such close quarters. If he were to, feel froggy and try to jump, they need to be able.
Which has happened.
That has happened. You have to be able to quickly subdue someone, and that's what the stun belt does. So,
right.
I would guess yes, but 100%. I mean, to me, when I watch him walk into that courtroom, he's shuffling. So, but I also know that there's almost never in the state of Texas is a criminal defendant not restrained in some way, as long as the jury can't see it. So like under the table, his feet, oftentimes like bailiffs and his attorneys will tell him, don't move, don't shuffle a whole lot, because like the chains the jury might be able to hear it. And I think another really interesting point about that is it is sort of, if a jury can kind of see or believe that somebody is being confined, is in shackles, that's a point of error to appeal.
Right. You can't do anything that would, right. And that becomes an issue.
And we don't want that.
Somebody's asking about Rebecca. She is here. If you go back a little bit, you can see that she was on with us, but we were losing her video connection, so we had to let her go. Somebody's asking our thoughts on how long it'll take the jury to deliberate.
Yeah, I think that, I think our jury has made a decision. No, I mean, I think
that jury's not the jury.
That's not the jury. So, I mean, really, right? I think everybody knows that it's almost impossible to predict that. Jury deliberations take as long as they take. There is no
I've never seen a rhyme or reason.
Well, but there's also, remember, they can't deliberate forever. Like, it can't be beyond, like if they were in deliberations maybe 4 or 5 weeks, but I think when you start going into maybe 7 or 8 or 9, I mean, I think that at some point the court is going to say, okay, well, is the issue you can't reach a decision? What's going on? So I don't know how long it'll take, but this is different because these jurors are having to decide between the life or the death of Tanner Horner. This is not, oh, you're guilty and everything you did was so horrific and horrendous. Like they are, I mean, whether we know in real life that it's going to take forever for Tanner Horner to be killed if the death penalty is imposed, they're going to be instructed to not even consider that or think about that.
Right, and folks are asking why the break is so long. I have no idea.
Oh, I don't know, because I don't know why we went on the break.
Well, I think they were kind of like, it was near that mid-morning time and that witness had finished. That's the only thing I could think of.
But usually,
I know,
like 10, 15 minutes.
You know how court is. There's really no usual.
Court is on court time.
And that's what I always tell people.
I know.
Court is on.
I got that from you.
I can't tell you how many times these producers walk up to me and they'll ask me a question like, "Is court's going to end when court ends?" People keep asking in the chat, when is this going to the jury? And I mean, and even though we have some sense about how this is going to play out, it also could change. And I've been surprised, we talked about this earlier, that court's been typically wrapping up at 3 every day, which is really unusual. I mean, most of the time, judges will run their courts right up till 5. But
do you think, Tanya, that this could speed up? Like, I'm starting to get that sense that we're not going till May 4th. I really am. I'm starting to get that sense that this is.
One can hope.
I think it's going to end this week. It's Wednesday,
but they haven't done the jury charge yet.
They'll take.
It's Tuesday. I mean,
it's Tuesday. They can take time to do that. But I think that in terms of witness live testimony, I don't know. What more? Who else is testifying?
I have no idea. I mean, the lunch lady.
Okay. The school bus driver.
We haven't heard from the first grade teacher. We haven't heard from a high school teacher. We haven't heard from a coworker.
We haven't heard from a coworker.
I'm trying to think about what we haven't heard from. I mean, I don't know. I frankly, it's hard for me to believe that we're in the fifth day of the defense. So, so here we are.
But then you say to yourself, like, have the bases been covered with who we've heard from? We've heard from somebody that says can't predict future.
To me is yes.
Right.
Except for we haven't gotten the psychiatrist-y kind of person, that kind of person yet.
That person is.
And grandma. We haven't got grandma and brother.
But how long has brother been in prison? Hasn't brother been in prison for a while?
I think so.
Which means brother is going to talk about kid Tanner.
Right, and I don't know how long brother's been in prison, but brother had essentially had some, burglary of a building type convictions, which would normally be low-level offenses, but if you keep repeating, you end up in habitual offender territory, which is why he got such a lengthy sentence.
Do we know? We don't know how long he's been in, but do we know how much time he was given? We may not know.
I'd have to go look it up. Okay, so I know. In fact, I'll go do that here in a sec.
Okay.
Somebody wants you to explain what is a jury charge. See, I just rattled off. I did it. I rattled off lingo.
Yeah.
And
I do that too.
And didn't think about the fact that folks may not know what a jury charge is.
Okay, so, and I'm going to try to be brief, Tanya.
Oh, you don't have to be brief.
I'm a lawyer, so I love the sound of my own voice. Okay, so, but a jury charge is the charge of the court, which lays out all of the law that a juror is going to need to know to apply to the facts that they heard. So it is going to outline in great detail, here's everything that has happened. And in this particular case, actually, let me back up for a second. In this particular case, the very first thing that the court is going to do prior to the punishment jury charge, the death or not death jury charge, is it's going to give a jury charge to instruct the jury to find him guilty. Because remember, even though he's pled guilty, he's not been found guilty, and he's in a jury trial. So the judge is going to, and I remember in the very beginning, the judge talked about, at some point, I'm going to give you an instruction to find him guilty, but he's pleading guilty right now, right? So for the very first thing the jury will do is get a jury charge that instructs them to find him guilty. The next phase is the punishment jury charge, which is all of the law surrounding the death penalty. So all of the things that the jury, it's the instructions for the jury, everything that they need to know, everything that they're supposed to consider, all of the things that they cannot consider unless certain circumstances have occurred, all of it is going to be written in a document signed by the judge, and it's going to have the special issues 1 and 2 outlined. It's going to give little spaces for them to be able to answer special issue 1 and if they get to special issue 2, special issue 2. And then, sort of ultimately, the verdict form is kind of predetermined based on your answers to special issue 1 and special issue 2.
So that number 1 is he a future danger?
Correct. And so if everybody agrees, if it's all yes, we stop there, right?
Right.
And so then if there are people that say, no, I don't think he's a future dangerous, we go on to special issue 2. And then is there anything mitigating? Have they heard anything in the defense case? And I guess even you could say in the prosecution case, could they have heard things that an individual person finds to be mitigating? Probably, right? Depends on just, you're a juror listening to the evidence in this case through your own life experience, through your own lived experiences, which is what you want in a juror. And so they're going to take all of that, and they're going to be instructed on, how to answer those questions or what they can consider in answering those questions. And then that's it. So a jury charge is the instructions that the jury is given after all of this evidence that says, here's what you can consider, here's what you cannot consider. And now answer these, based on that, answer special issue 1 and possibly special issue 2.
Okay, so folks were looking up the brother, but I also looked him up in Texas
TDC.
Department of Criminal Justice.
Yes.
So these are his, so going back to 1996, 1, 3, 5. So he had 5 convictions for burglary of a building there's several out of Parker, 1 out of Tarrant, 1 out of Wise County, and then in 2015 he got convicted of possession of a controlled substance, meth. Got a 4-year sentence on that. And that must have placed him in habitual offender territory, because in 2021 he got convicted for evading arrest, detention with a vehicle out of Parker County. He got a 75-year sentence. That's
here's the thing, though. Remember, and I don't know, different counties can charge things differently. So he definitely had the 2015 conviction for meth that he went to prison for. And then in 2021, he picked up an evading motor vehicle. In Texas, an evading motor vehicle is a 3rd-degree felony. Right.
Well, these all, you can see
he got bumped up from a 3rd-degree felony to a 2nd-degree felony, which takes you to 2 to 20. And then all the burg buildings. I don't remember in the 90s burg buildings weren't always felonies, but maybe they are.
Well,
maybe
for him
they
to go
were
to
then.
TDC, for him to go to TDCJ, they would have been.
Yes. So yeah. So he got bumped up to 25 to life on the evading motor vehicle, which you have to like.
You got to work hard.
You got to work hard because that's. I mean, it's never okay.
I mean,
it's
he was
very
clearly
dangerous.
Yeah.
But it's not 75 years in prison.
I'm trying to think about, and but he's doing this stuff in Parker County. I mean,
I know,
folks.
I know.
Some of these counties you do not want to be doing.
You don't play.
Parker.
You don't play.
These are not. Yeah, and it looks like the vast majority of his criminal history is out of Parker County. So
that's where obviously that's where he lived. So I think that 75 years on evading motor vehicle where you started as a third-degree felony. Oh, what? People are
so
more.
We got Rebecca back.
Oh.
Let's take this break is going on longer than we thought. Oh, she froze again. Folks, I'm sorry. It's the vagaries of technology. If we get her back, we will take her back. Folks were asking me to repeat that again. So there was let me see here.
Oh, okay. So
there was 1, 2.
You said 5.
So there's 4 burglary of a buildings, a burglary of a habitation.
Stop right there. Burglary of a habitation is a second-degree felony.
Okay, so that's where he's getting himself bumped up into that first-degree territory.
Yes.
And
so because the burg buildings are state jail felonies, if they were felonies at all.
Right, it's that burglary. So he should have stuck to buildings.
He should have stuck to buildings because even if you can get bumped up, you're still just you're third degree. I mean, they're state jails. Like you know what I mean? It's like, so that burg hab.
Now we lost her again. Good Lord. I mean, Zeke is like in my ear saying, we got her, we don't got her. And I'm like, okay, because I mean, Rebecca is, obviously at the courthouse, so she can give us a bird's eye view of what's going on because we don't really know. This break is taking longer than anticipated, which, is what we do. We tap dance while we wait for court to come back. She's back. Okay. All right. Rebecca.
I'm going to be quiet.
You're back. How you doing?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yes, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
Well, it's taking... Yes, so we're expecting to hear from at least one more civilian witness and then an expert witness, but they're going over some issues with the expert witness's testimony, so that's what's taking a little bit longer. They're dealing with some of that, and then we should get back on track. We are expecting to hear at least one more civilian witness and then an expert witness, but there's some stuff happening behind the scenes with that expert witness.
So you think really it's just 2 more witnesses today?
Yes, I believe so, but I think that expert witness is going to take a little while.
Do we know who that expert witness is and what they're going to be talking about?
I don't know at this point, but I've heard from. I obviously heard several of the witnesses during the voir dire process when they were going through some of these expert witnesses. So I know that there's at least a couple more doctors and psychiatrists, I believe, that still have to testify. So I'm expecting that it's probably going to be someone along those lines, Tanya.
Okay.
And again, now in the coming days, we know that we're going to hear from Tanner Horner's brother, who is in prison. I think that's going to be tomorrow. And then Thursday, we should be hearing possibly from Grandma, as well as a couple more expert witnesses. And then Monday, we will hear on the 4th, we'll hear from the final expert witness for the defense, and then 2 rebuttal witnesses for the prosecution, and then it'll go to the jury.
Well, so
no
we'll have
trial on Friday.
Right, so we'll have closings on Tuesday morning then, of next week. Is that still kind of what the plan is?
Yes, it should be going to.
So here's a question that people keep asking, and we don't know, obviously, because Bree and I are not there. People want to know, is Tanner Horner, does he have leg shackles on?
No, he is not shackled, and at times not even handcuffed. He just walks right on into the courtroom. And again, he's been here for 3 years, and the defense will be quick to tell you that he's had no problems. I've spoken with a couple of the people that handle him, and he seems to be very well behaved, at least here at the Tarrant County Jail. Which is, again, part of what the defense is going to say when it comes to future danger. They're going to say, look, he's been here at the Tarrant County Jail. He's not being brought in shackles and handcuffs. He just walks in, sits down, and they've had no problem. So does he continue to pose a future threat? That's definitely going to be something the defense is going to push.
Yeah, Bree was kind of shocked by that.
I like made an audible gasp. I'm shocked that somebody that is accused in this way, in that small of a courtroom, is not at least shackled around their ankles. That's an interesting decision that the court made. Because even again, and this is so interesting. This is like such an interesting point, because even though he's not had problems in jail for these last 3 years, how do we see coming whether he's going to act out in the courtroom, right? Like with all this media attention, all these people and all that kind of stuff, just like so it's sort of a parallel kind of thing.
Right, because nobody saw it coming with Athena Strand.
Right. Nobody thought he would do that either. So it's very interesting. That's quite unusual in my opinion.
Okay. Question for folks. People want to know, why is there no trial on Friday? I'll let you explain that to them. Rebecca?
There's no trial on Friday because a witness for the defense isn't available Friday to do the testimony, and so because this last witness, and it's going to be lengthy, it's a psychiatrist, and she's the one that has diagnosed Tanner Horner with a whole bunch of different disorders. She cannot be here until Monday to testify. So Friday they're going to, I believe, work on the charge, and for people that, I'll let our legal expert kind of tell people what the charges and why sometimes it takes a while to get the charge written that's going to be then read to the jury. So if you could explain that to our viewers.
Yeah, sure. You can explain jury charge.
Yeah, I did. We talked about
Never
it.
hurts to do it again.
Okay. But I also want to address very specifically what Rebecca just said about why it can sometimes take a while. So the jury charge it's a compilation of sort of different sections of the criminal code and different instructions, and the words that are used can be very particular, and we can argue in terms of the defense in the state about what we want in there, what we don't want in there, what we think applies, what we don't think applies, and so we do have a lot of discussion about that. And so when you guys are referring to they're working on the charge, quote unquote, that means that the defense is coming up with a version, the court has its version, the prosecution has its version, everybody is reading everybody's versions, and they're combining over objections or sustaining objections or whatever to come up with the final version that's actually going to be read to the jury. And so again, remember, the jury charge are the instructions that the jury is given about how they apply everything that they heard in the courtroom to Special Issue 1 and Special Issue 2.
Okay.
So that was better. That was more concise than my first rambling answer.
It's all good. We got plenty of time to ramble on live streams because obviously we're tap dancing right now as we wait. I really thought this was going to be a short break, and obviously it has not been a short break, Rebecca.
Yeah, again, Tanya, they're going through some issues, I guess, with the next expert witness, that they have to iron all of that out before that witness takes the stand, and it's just taking a little while. And then, but we should at least hear from one more civilian witness, and they're doing that where they're bringing in a lengthy expert witness that's going to take a while, along with some of the civilians, because otherwise it just gets really tedious for this jury that is already exhausted from this trial lasting as long as it has. But we are starting to wind down, and again, so Friday, because they're going over the jury charge and that witness cannot take the stand until Monday, the final defense witness, that's why we're having to wait until Monday, and there's no court on Friday. But then you will hear from the rebuttal witnesses, and the prosecution should also then rest that portion of their case, and then on the 5th they will get the jury charge, and then obviously then they'll have closing arguments, and it will go to the jury.
So, you know, one of the things that folks asked Terry yesterday, because it was the first time she had been on the live stream since last Thursday, was how she was doing with everything. And folks are also curious about you, because, I mean, obviously you sat in court and heard and watched something that no one should ever have to hear or see. And so just curious how things, just as you here 5 days later.
No, that was a very, very difficult thing for anyone to hear. And some of my other counterparts here in the media that were also in the courtroom with me, we've discussed it, just about how difficult that was for everyone to hear, because Tanya, again, it was probably the most horrific thing that I've ever heard in a courtroom. And I've covered a lot of trials in my nearly 40 years covering crime and justice in Texas and in Arizona. But I will tell you, it was very troubling, and I've had to really reflect a lot on that, and really just taking some time off. Yesterday was very good. I just sort of didn't even listen to any of the testimony. I just needed that little bit of a break. But I will tell you, I've even talked to some of the law enforcement people and others that have heard that, and it was, very troubling. And in fact, I've heard that the sheriff who in Wise County, one of the reasons that he did not run for re-election is because just dealing with this trial and dealing with this case and seeing and hearing what he's had to deal with as well. And heard that from several people. So it has impacted anyone that has been close to this case and really gotten the nitty-gritty details. And I was telling y'all before we got cut off earlier that there are things that are going to be on that jury transcript of the video inside that van that we could not hear because it was so it just was so low. But the prosecution did enhance that, and they came up with a transcript, and I'm told in that transcript it is more graphic about what Tanner Horner was asking Athena to do in that van, and it was sexual in nature. And I don't want to go into all the details, but again, it will be more detailed than what we were able to hear, and I think that is going to be very damning for the defense.
Well, and that it also makes sense when you know all that, why it was so important to do that DNA testimony, to get into that, because when it was happening, I was trying to understand exactly why we were going there, and now we know.
Yeah.
Now we have clarity.
And it's really interesting because you hear and it's kind of boring and tedious, and nobody likes sitting through DNA testimony. But if they're going to then be able to couple that with the very detailed transcript of that supports sort of the sexual aspect of this, and then they have the DNA, that closes that gap, that closes that loop completely. So I agree that's going to be, this case is horrific. I mean, everything about it is terrible.
Yeah, I've got more than, I've got 30 years, and I've never seen, this case has reached a level that no case I've ever covered has reached.
Yeah. It's so tough.
It is a hard one. And and Rebecca, can you ever recall a case where we had this much video evidence? I mean, just everything, the internet searches, the interrogations. I have struggled to think in my mind of anything that has reached this level of evidence.
No, I can't think of any. The only audio that I remember that was, it was the death of Deanna Cook.
Right,
Deanna
yeah.
Cook was a mom, and she was murdered by her ex-husband, and she had done everything that she could to get away from him, and her murder is captured on the 911 call, and you hear her dying on that 911 call. And it actually changed the way Dallas police responded to domestic violence calls. But that's probably the closest that I can think of in a courtroom when I've actually heard an audio tape that was of someone death captured on audio tape, and the Deanna Cook tape was very troubling as well.
I was on the prosecution team for the Deanna Cook murder.
I did not know.
I completely, and it's I don't say this. I do not say this to minimize, because what happened to her was awful, and her family has gone through so much. And so I don't say when I say I completely forgot, it doesn't mean that I forgot about her, right? But we prosecuted, myself, Trey Stock, and another prosecutor that I can't think of now, prosecuted that case, and that was awful. You're right, because she did die on the phone with 911, and the reason that Rebecca's mentioning that it changed the way that the Dallas Police Department handled 911 calls is because she was dying. She was screaming for help. She was calling out the defendant's name. She was telling him to stop. You could hear all of the everything, and the 911 call taker was kind of like, okay, can you tell me what's going on? I mean, it was,
Right.
and
they
misclassified the call, and there was like issues with her being able to hear what was going on. But Deanna had called 911 and like threw the phone, and she was just like hoping that somebody would like ping it and come help her. I mean, it was a whole thing. I did I think the Oxygen Channel, somebody did a special on that case, and so we had an opportunity to really dig back into it, and it was horrific. But you're right, Rebecca. I think that's one of the few cases, certainly in our jurisdiction, where this kind of evidence has existed.
Yeah. Okay, we're starting to see a little bit of movement in that courtroom.
Yeah, and if you
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, the judge isn't back on the bench yet. But if you recall, in the Deanna Cook case, also her family ended up having to knock the door down 2 days later because she did not. No one went into that house. The Dallas Police Department didn't go into the home to find her, and then the details of that were awful of how her family found her as well.
Yes, it was, because remember, she was in a bathtub.
Yeah.
And so yeah, and there was water pouring for 2 days. There was water that was pouring out of the home. I mean, and police had gone twice for a quote unquote welfare check and didn't go in, didn't do anything. So yeah, it was horrific.
Oh, I remember, and Rebecca was, of course, at Channel 8, and at the time I was a Dallas Morning News reporter, and I covered it from the newspaper end of things, and I'll never forget the first time I heard it. I mean, you remember, Rebecca, I was very upset when I heard it, because you can't.
Yeah.
There are things you just don't ever unhear.
Right.
You hear somebody dying, and you just, oh God.
Because it's so shocking to the conscience.
Right.
It's just not something that any of us experience. The two of you or the three of us have experienced this now twice. That's 2 times more than any other human being, right? Like, we should not be witnessing, hearing, observing one human being killing another human being.
No.
I mean, it's just beyond.
Well, like I said, Terry and Rebecca were the ones that actually sat in court for that, so I did not envy them that. I know why it had to be done, and I also am very glad that we got Terry to go over there and so that it wasn't. So there was somebody else with you when you were hearing that terrible thing. So I'm going to change the subject a little bit because it's getting kind of heavy. Folks want to know, do you have any sense of who the rebuttal witnesses might be?
Yeah, that was going to be my question too.
What was the question, Tanya? I'm sorry.
How many and who the rebuttal witnesses will be?
Well, one of the rebuttal witnesses I heard during the hearings that they had last weekend, it is an expert who is going to testify that he also evaluated Tanner Horner multiple times, looked at all of his records, and his diagnosis is that Tanner Horner does not have autism. And then he goes into detail about how Tanner Horner told him what he was trying to get Athena to do in the back of that van. And he says he is more of a sexual deviant, but that he does not have some of those disorders that the defense experts have said that he has. Basically, he's just saying he's just an evil person, bottom line. And even if he was diagnosed with some of the things that he's diagnosed with, it does not cause you to do what he did. So that's going to be one of the witnesses. And I suspect that we're also going to hear from someone, from a prison expert, to talk about future danger in prison. And how some of these inmates act, and so I think you're going to hear from a prison expert on, does Tanner Horner pose a future threat to the inmate population or the TDCJ population, the people he comes in contact with in the prison system, that would get the jury to answer, yes, he continues to pose a future threat. And then the other witness is going to answer the question about mitigating circumstances, and he's going to try to show the jury there are no mitigating circumstances that prevents Tanner Horner from being sent to death row. So I think that those are the two experts you're going to hear from the prosecution.
Is that, you think, the right way to do it, Bree?
From a prosecution standpoint, I think you do want to wrap up, right, your case with two experts that are going to address special issue 1 and special issue 2. But I think that the first expert, that rebuttal expert for the state of Texas that Rebecca mentioned, that's going to say, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Rebecca, he actually interviewed and met with Tanner Horner, that first state rebuttal witness, and he determined that he does not.
Yes, he met with him several times.
Yeah, and he determined that he does not have autism spectrum disorder. And that, for me, I think it's going to be really powerful, right? Because they're, so much of their, and Tanya and I were talking about this early on, that if you are somebody that has this neuro difference of autism spectrum disorder, we know that it is a spectrum, but is it the type of thing where you treat everyone on the spectrum the same, or do you get to pick and choose who has severe autism and who doesn't, and how do you decide that and all? And so it's a really sort of moral question. But if you then have somebody to come back and rebut that he doesn't even have autism spectrum disorder, I think that that's going to be, a really, that's a powerful rebuttal witness to this, to the
all right,
defense
folks,
case.
we lost Rebecca, so this is, if she comes back, we'll bring her back in. Obviously, we're continuing to tap dance as we wait for the court moves on court time.
Court moves on court time.
Folks are asking, do you think that they will read the transcripts? I guess probably as part of the closings, or some portion of the transcripts?
Maybe. I don't know that will happen necessarily, because I think that it's so much to ask the jury to hear over and over again,
right?
And I don't know that they need to. They can obviously read it on their own if they feel like they really want to hear, sort of remember specific portions or whatever. But this is so heavy for a jury, and I do think that this prosecution team is being mindful of that. I think that they're hitting everything that they need to hit. I think that they're checking all of their boxes, but I think the facts are so horrific anyway, right? It's not a heavy lift for the state, and so I think they're being mindful of sort of the toll that all of this is going to take on these jurors, and they're trying to be understanding and respectful of that. I just saw, did the judge?
Rebecca, we just saw the judge sit down.
The judge is back on the bench.
All right, well, we're going to let you go because we're about to start back up. All right, so we're about to get started. Zeke, as soon as the mics come up in that courtroom, you can kill our mics. Yeah.
Well,
it
I've
took him a
changed
while.
my opinion. Maybe he is walking like a normal person. I am so shocked that he's not shackled. Like
I mean, you were really convinced of it. I was like,
oh my God. I'm just.
all right, we got sound.
And when you start talking, if you're not talking loud enough, I'll have to let it come up with some That's it. We ready to go? All right, the website's ready for the jury.
Ready.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sit down. All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goebel, Ms.
Yes,
Anderson?
sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning. Good to speak to you again. The purpose of this hearing, I'm going to refer to you as Thorne. Is that okay?
To answer out, yes or no?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah, yes or no's. Some housekeeping first. Now, you are a convicted felon, correct?
Correct.
And you were convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and assault family violence with impeding breathing circulation, correct? And you were also convicted of assault causes bodily injury to family member.
Correct.
Now, how did you meet Tanner?
Living in Lake Worth, just overheard his music one day and went to his house.
So you just walked up and how did...
Knocked on the door with his grandmother and she said, just go on back.
And where did you go?
Just back to the room where the shed where his room was, AC and stuff. And he had a drum set, amps and guitars, and him and Jonathan Harper back there making music.
Were you by yourself?
No, I was with a friend of mine.
And you friends from then on?
Yeah, we eventually just got to know each other, hung out a lot more.
Now tell me, was Tanner serious about his music?
He seemed very serious about music.
Did you ever see him be too hard on himself?
All the time.
What did that look like?
Just not a lot of self-confidence, or always pushing himself or not noticing that he was as good as he thought he was. Always trying to push himself, I guess.
Did he play more than one instrument?
He played just about any instrument he could get his hands on.
What about drums? Was that his best?
I would think so.
Was he a pretty good drummer?
Yes.
Did he ever teach you to play any of the instruments?
To the best of his abilities. Tried to teach me to play guitar.
What about singing?
He encouraged me to open up and sing more.
Was that good for you?
Was.
Was Tanner in a band when you met him?
I believe so.
Or did he join one at some time when he,
Yes.
what was the name of that band?
The first one I'm not sure of, but Sacred Sound.
And did you ever hang out with that band or work for them or anything?
On occasion, I did a roadie for them, helped with equipment for one of their shows in Dallas.
What was that like?
That was an experience. It was fun. Opened for one of my favorite bands.
Do you know why he left that band?
I thought it would be just problems with the other members.
So what did you and Tanner do when you weren't playing music?
Hung out a lot, walked down to the little beach area. His neighbor had a boat he'd let us take out anytime. Watched a lot of movies, animes, cartoons, really just hung out.
For people that don't know, what are anime?
Just adult cartoons.
Not American usually?
Hmm?
Are they American usually, or?
There's several American ones, but they're mostly Japanese or foreign. Illustration and
Now that style, does that involve like big displays of emotion sometimes?
yes, sir, it does.
Hard to miss what the character's thinking.
Yes, sir.
What about video games? Did you all ever play video games?
Absolutely.
A lot or a little?
Quite a bit. Me more so, I believe.
Did you or Tanner or both of you ever use drugs when you were hanging out?
I smoked marijuana. Yeah, he did as well.
Okay.
And there was a time where he had a job at Walmart, so he used K2 substitute, and I believe that was just because they drug tested.
Was K2 legal at that time?
It was.
Now, I want to ask you about Tanner, how he what you observed, basically. How did Tanner handle a new or a difficult situation?
Not as rationally as the next person, or just not greatest at problem solving.
Did you ever know him to get flustered?
Yes.
Can you tell me, give me some examples?
Just while he's drumming, if he's working on a new song and he knows that he missed something, I can notice that he gets flustered while he's drumming. He'll yell or he'll hit himself off beat or something.
Were you with him when a vehicle broke down one time?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I'm not sure what the vehicle was. It was a van when they had back seats that reclined into couches and such. It broke down on the highway, and I don't know, rationally I would have just pulled over and dealt with the problem, but it seemed to escalate in his mind much further than it needed to. And
so what ended up happening? He didn't pull over to the side of the road?
I think he stopped on the middle of the bridge. Yeah, on the crossover.
Now, you said the K2 that he was using at the time was legal, right?
Correct.
Was there a time when he did something irrational about that?
Did something rational about
Irrational with
Irrational?
the K2, yeah. Got flustered.
I guess there's an incident where his grandfather had walked in, and instead of just putting it aside, he threw it clear across the room and gave it away. It wasn't very, the processing wasn't there. I don't know.
What about conflict? How did Tanner handle conflict?
Conflict, I've never seen him run towards it, or he doesn't chase conflict. I've never seen him get in an altercation with anybody.
Do you have any examples of when he avoided getting into an altercation with people or with you?
There's an situation where I had stolen his phone, and instead of being mad about it, he'd let it go. Conflict. Aaron, one of our friends, I'm sure it was kind of a bully. I don't know. And instead of standing up to him, and he would never push conflict or try to fight against him or fight back.
So, what about like social cues and social settings? Did Tanner ever struggle with those?
I believe he did.
In what way?
Not being able to read the room when, say, someone was uncomfortable with the music he was playing, or the level of the music, how loud it was, or such like that, or continue or dragging on conversations that have reached their end.
Did Tanner ever let you stay with him? Did Tanner ever let you stay with him?
He did.
And what happened? Why?
There was a time in my life where I could no longer stay with my grandmother in Lakeworth. So instead of me trying to figure out where to stay next, he just offered me to stay there for a short period of time against his grandmother and grandfather's better judgment.
And you talked about his grandmother was the first member of the family you met. What was she like, or what is she like?
An angel. Very loving person.
You think really highly of her? Did you meet Tanner's grandfather?
I did.
And tell us about him.
Same way. Just very nice, open person.
What about his mother?
Not so much. I've met her occasionally, but I did not personally know her.
So was there an issue there that you two kind of had in common?
No. As in?
With his mother, him having some issues with his mother, and maybe you being able to be someone he could confide in.
He could confide in me about that, yes.
What, did you ever have a chance to meet Tanner's father?
I believe I did once.
Okay. When was that?
At a Halloween party that his father threw, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
But that was your only time being around him?
Correct.
And Tanner's brother, was that just a typical relationship or something else?
Brother?
Yes.
Yes, just typical younger brother, older brother relationship.
So the two of you hang out with him much or not?
No, sorry.
That's all right.
No,
That's fine. You remember Tanner having a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything particular about that, or was it just normal?
It seems fairly normal.
Okay. Now, was there a time when you and Tanner kind of grew apart or weren't hanging out?
Just grew apart, lived separate lives.
And did you have a chance to reconnect with him?
There was when I was running the Jimmy John's store, he came in to, I guess, to get a sandwich. He didn't know I was working there. And that was the last time I saw him.
Did he get flustered that day?
No, he seemed fine. Oh, actually, I apologize, no. The mayonnaise incident. He got flustered, I guess he's watching his weight, he's trying to get healthy. So when he came in, he ordered a sandwich, and he used an app to calculate his calories. And I guess he mistaken and forgot to remove the mayonnaise, and it sent his calorie count way high. And he just got really flustered, and instead of breaking it down and checking his app,
is that something visual when you say you got flustered?
Yes, visually flustered.
What does that look like?
Shaking back and forth, rocking back and forth, not sitting still, just seemed anxious.
And you recognize that from?
Yes, I recognize that as Tanner. That's just kind of how he was.
So that was kind of typical that he could get flustered over something as small as the calorie count?
Yes, sir.
Now, when Tanner was arrested on this charge, did you have a chance to send letters to him?
I did.
Did you call him, or he call you?
He did contact me.
Did you all ever discuss this case?
No.
And was there a reason for that?
There was not. When I first learned of this case, I was under the impression of the story that he released, that he had hit her, and I believed the story.
Did he ever tell you that he wasn't supposed to talk about his case, or did you tell him he wasn't supposed to? Or
I've been through the court systems before. I understand that a case such as that, you should not and shouldn't be talking about it. And he did also emphasize that he won't give out any details.
Did Tanner ever show you a picture of his son?
I believe he did, yes.
How did he seem about that? Did he seem like a proud dad, or what?
Seemed like a very proud father.
Now, going back to his charges a little bit, you understand he's charged with kidnapping and murder of Athena Strand.
I do.
And you know that he's entered a guilty plea.
I do.
And that this is the punishment stage after the trial.
I do.
Give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
You're going to pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Sir, in talking about this, apparently, according to you, mayo or lack thereof set him off.
Correct.
Now, when you said y'all grew apart, and I'm not going to ask you details, do you have a family now?
Correct.
You have kids?
I do.
So I'm not going to ask you names or anything like that, but you do, right?
Correct.
Okay. Seems like you have a pretty good assessment of his grandmother and grandfather.
I do.
Would it be right to say that they provided for him?
Yes, it would be.
Would it be right to say that they helped him out even in his older years when he was, say, over 20, even 30 years old?
I would not know that.
Okay. Well, during the time that you were around him, were they helping him out?
Correct.
Financially?
Yes.
Food?
Yes.
Gave him a place to live?
Yes.
Now, kind of sounds like you guys might have partied together a little bit. Is that right?
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And y'all didn't just smoke marijuana, right?
Correct.
Y'all drank?
Yes, sir.
What other substances were y'all doing together?
K2.
Okay. No acid?
No, sir.
No. Tanner doesn't, he doesn't do acid?
Not that I'm aware of.
He doesn't do other controlled substances like Molly, MDMA, ecstasy, anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you know the original story of that Tanner told everybody about what he did. You know that's a lie, right?
Yes, it is.
You know that he kidnapped her now. You know that now.
He's being pleaded guilty for it, yes.
Right. And you know that he murdered her after he kidnapped her.
Yes.
You know there's evidence of sexual assault.
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for speculation on this part. It's not
Overruled.
trial.
You may answer the question if you know.
I was unaware.
You have kids. I mean, how does that make you feel?
Not good, sir.
Pass the witness.
Now, just to clarify, when we talked about the Mayo and what him looking flustered looked like, was that him being violent, or you seeing movements? What were you saying there?
No, sir, not violent, just irrational, not irrational, just anxious, just...
So not the way you would expect a normal person to process that.
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Staten,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
may this witness be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna have to send you back to your jury room because I've got some legal stuff that I've got to work through. And it's probably gonna be till after lunch. So bear with me, okay? See you in a little bit.
Yeah. I think he just got here to the building, so we'll bring him up.
Oh, perfect. Okay, all right. We'll be in recess, everybody. Let me.
All right. Well, boy,
Yeah.
that was fast.
Yeah. I mean, and it was,
What'd you think of that witness?
I have to, they don't have anything to work with. I mean, I think that when you see witnesses like this, and the past couple of witnesses that we have heard from today, that, it indicates that they are truly like
Scraping the bottom of the barrel.
and they don't have a choice right now. Could that cut both ways? Like he didn't have, I mean, he has nobody. Like, is that sad? Does that add to like how much his life sucked? I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But I really was trying to figure out exactly what this person brought us. Maybe it was, he owned that he was a convicted felon. He's been convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, impeding family violence, assault family violence. He met him when they were living in Lake Worth.
Right.
He said that he heard his music one day, liked it, and just walked straight up to his door and knocked on the door. His grandmother said, go right in, or go around to the back, or
Right.
whatever. He talked about, the fact that he had, he observed personally that
Right.
Tanner struggled with like social interactions and reading the room and, all of that kind of thing, which I think is maybe.
But again, that doesn't lead you to be a murderer.
Well, I mean, you're right.
I mean, sometimes I don't read the room real well. I mean, I'm not gonna go out and do something horrific.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like.
But you're so right.
I sit here and every day I'm in week 4 and I'm just going,
nothing is getting you there. Nothing is getting you there. I mean, and you don't have to answer that. I'm just saying that it's, you know, you are, you know, maybe like most people are
I feel
waiting,
like I'm a common person on this one.
waiting to hear something that you say to
anything.
yourself, okay.
You know, and part of the reason I had Terry, and I told this on the live stream, and part of the reason I had Terry on so much was because of Terry's background. I mean, Terry has represented people who are truly psychotic.
Right.
People, I mean, that is her specialty.
Right.
And so that was part of my thought process in having her on for day one and having her, you know, go over to the courthouse with Rebecca was, this is someone who specializes in this, right?
Right, absolutely.
And she ain't seeing it.
I mean, and the thing is, like, I certainly, like Terry, like many other attorneys, have represented people that have committed horrendous crimes, but for example, they were insane at the time. So they did something terrible. Maybe it's even caught on video.
Right.
Maybe there's a ton of evidence, but their behavior through that process supports that they were completely out of their minds, right? And so you can, like, that would be a thing.
Yeah, right.
Where
And
you would say, oh, he didn't light up a cigarette and listen to Jingle Bell Rock after he killed a 7-year-old child, right? Like, it's just not, and so I think everybody is hoping to just hear something.
I remember covering a case, and I can't remember the guy's name. This is what happens when you get old.
Yeah.
It was a horrific case. So the guy initially had, he was a football player, he's a college football player.
Okay. Was it a sexual assault case?
No, he ends up, he initially, remember, he like goes amiss or something, and then he's got some psychological issues. I think.
Is it a guy, was he at
and then
TCU?
He ends, but then remember I don't think it was TCU, but remember he ends up attacking and killing the jogger.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm gonna.
But he had also committed, or allegedly, let me say it, allegedly, because I don't recall the outcome of this, had gone to South Padre Island like days, weeks, months before, and assaulted a woman there.
Yes.
And then he comes
Here it
back
is.
here.
He was a former, he's a former Texas A&M. A football star.
Right.
He killed a White Rock Lake jogger.
Yes.
And somebody I knew actually represented him at the time. Jennifer Bolito was
was a judge now.
Was in private practice. She's a judge now and represented him, and he was like a Skyline High School standout.
Yes.
And at one point he'd had some issues. He had a mental break. I mean, he truly had psychiatric problems, right? And so you could, and then he commits this horrific crime, and kills this woman on
White Rock Lake.
Yeah.
Trail, like, you know what I mean, jogging.
Yeah, he's diagnosed schizophrenic. He wasn't. I'm reading this. I'm reading from my own story. I'm reading my own story. Family and friends have previously told News 8 that Johnson, a diagnosed schizophrenic, wasn't in his right mind when he killed jogger Dave Stevens Johnson, and he. Okay, so I was thinking he killed.
I thought it was a woman.
I thought it was a woman too. Hold on, but
well, to be fair, that could be.
But I think he. Sorry, guys, I'm looking at my own story. Yeah, that's right. I thought it was a woman, but it wasn't a woman.
I thought it was a woman too. Then maybe there were two stories like that, because there was another guy.
But I mean, point is like this guy was truly psychotic, right? I can understand that. But I'm not hearing anything like that in this case.
It's really interesting. So obviously, like in that particular case, diagnosed schizophrenic, all of us have in our minds kind of what somebody who suffers from schizophrenia acts like, behaves like, does, thinks, whether we're right or wrong, we all kind of have a picture. And I think that the difference is with autism spectrum disorder, because it's a spectrum, you have such high functioning people, right? But you know, all the way to the other end of people that may be nonverbal and things like that. And so, you know, you don't have just like that clear picture where you say, okay, like I can understand why this may be mitigating when you have a diagnosed schizophrenic, because we all have an idea of what that looks like. But when we're talking about a spectrum of people, some of whom appear to be just like us. They, you know, have, you know, sort of, they hold down jobs, they have apartments, they have children, they have wives, they have all of the things. Now, granted, some people that suffer from schizophrenia also have all of that. It's harder to offer that as some point of mitigation, right? It's harder to accept that as some point of mitigation.
Right, and we're not dealing with a diagnosed schizophrenic here. I mean, Thomas Johnson had a legitimate
diagnosis.
And for some reason in my memory, the jogger was a female.
Mine
and
too,
it wasn't.
though.
It was a male, and this is what happens. This is why we can't trust memory. So I had to look back at my own story. I mean, it was a terrible case, and so I had, you know, tremendous sympathy for the family of the jogger.
Absolutely.
And also tremendous sympathy for Thomas Johnson. And I remember I interviewed.
Did you feel like the system failed him?
I don't know if this. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I don't. I'm going back in my memory banks here, and I remember I interviewed. Did I interview one of his parents?
Maybe.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
See, I'm looking at my own stories. His father, Robert Johnson, has previously told News 8 that his behavior became increasingly erratic in the months before the killing. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia in 2014 but refused to take his medications. That often happens with schizophrenics.
The medication
And then,
makes
and
you
then,
feel
oh,
bad.
and here was the terrible part. The jogger's wife later killed herself. She killed herself about 2 weeks after the murder. This was a
Devastating.
terrible case.
Right.
I mean, when I think about terrible cases,
Lives
it was just
destroyed.
a horrible case. And so, you know, I guess my point in that is when I think about cases where there's something mitigating, and Thomas Johnson didn't face the death penalty, and I don't remember. I'd have to go back ultimately and see what he got because he spent quite a bit of time in and out of the state mental hospitals, and I'm blanking on exactly like what his sentence was or what. Gosh, you'd think I would remember the ultimate like outcome of that case.
Well,
but I just think again. So bear in mind when I'm saying that stuff, those are the kind of things I'm thinking about.
Right. That's the sort of backdrop of your experience. And I mean, again, I find it interesting that now I wonder if things would have been different or you would have felt different had there been video of him killing that person.
Well, that's true. But
whether or not he was facing the death penalty, and therefore you learned things like he had a job. I mean, even though he was acting erratically, he had a job and he had kids. True. Like, I don't know if that would have changed your level of sympathy.
Somebody's reminding me it was a machete. Oh my God.
Oh, can you imagine? Okay, machete.
Horrible. All right, let's bring Rebecca Lopez back in. Rebecca, talk to us about what's going on right now.
Well, Tanya, very interesting. The judge cleared the courtroom and turned off the camera in the overflow room, which means we can't see, and is having some sort of sealed hearing where no one is allowed inside the courtroom. It is an expert witness. I saw her in the hallway. It is a woman. I don't know who she is. And I guess the judge will let us know. It's to be determined if this witness is going to be able to testify. And I'm not sure. I've never quite seen this happen. And maybe our legal expert can weigh in on why the judge would clear the courtroom and hold a closed hearing on an expert witness. Earlier on the bench, he said it had to do with some legal matters. So
Can you have a closed hearing?
Yes.
What's happening?
So you can have a closed hearing under certain circumstances based on, it usually has to do with like child witness, like child victims, child sexual assault, child porn. You usually has to do with children, when you can completely shut a courtroom down. So it's really interesting that the court would do that. I don't know if there's been some issue in the past where people are listening to those hearings and we're not supposed to be listening to those hearings, and so he doesn't want to take a chance. But it's very interesting that the judge cleared the courtroom.
Right, so Rebecca can't even be in there.
And all you saw was the person that you recognized as the witness. Had you seen that person testify during the defense expert 3-day voir dire hearings? No.
I don't recall seeing her, but there was 8 of them, and I do remember a woman, but I thought that she was going to be the last one to testify. So I don't know who this witness is, and I don't believe it's one of the ones that we heard during the voir dire process. And it's to be determined. He told the jury that he would probably see them after lunch, that this was going to take a while, this hearing. which I guess he will let us know. But this judge has been very open and has been, allowing us to communicate with him. But everybody else is, closed off. But he's, as far as the gag order, no one else is allowed to talk. But the judge has just given us basic information like how many witnesses are going to testify, that sort of thing, just so that we know the order of the court. But it doesn't give us any details about any of the witnesses, obviously. So we don't know who this person is. All I know is it's a female and it's some sort of expert. And he felt it was sensitive enough that he cleared the courtroom of family, reporters, everyone except for the attorneys, and turned off the camera to the overflow room so we cannot hear what is happening. So I'm assuming it has to do with something sensitive, some sort of like our expert was saying, some sort of dealing with child.
Right.
I don't know, sexual assault or something. I don't know. It's very interesting, but it's a legal matter.
Well, and Rebecca, Jason has a question, and I thought you answered it. You said they cleared the family out of the courtroom too. Everybody.
Yes, the family is not there in the hallway as well. It is
Wow.
a sealed hearing, I believe.
Wow.
That I mean, it's really unusual unless it is something highly sensitive, that involves some sort of sexual allegation regarding a child. If it's an expert witness, I'm thinking I would wonder sort of, I don't know, and maybe it has to do with there's some portion of her testimony that maybe the defense really wants to go into that has to do with allegations of sexual abuse of a child. And maybe the court is making a determination as to whether or not that portion of her testimony is relevant, to where we are now, and sort of hearing it all the way out to make a decision about the relevance of that, and then ultimately he'll decide whether that portion she can testify to. It doesn't necessarily mean her entire testimony, but then the part that's difficult about that is that Rebecca doesn't remember her being one of the expert witnesses that testified during the defense's voir dire of their experts over those couple of days before the opening of their case, which I would think that person would be a part of. So this is very interesting. Sort of in this trial, we've had a couple of really unexpected things that have happened.
Yeah, because he's a very open judge.
This is a witness.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, Tanya, I kind of feel like this is a witness that came out of nowhere. I don't know if out of nowhere, but I don't think this is a witness that they anticipated initially. I'm not sure, but she wasn't, part of the initial process, and the judge, holding this hearing, which there have been multiple hearings leading up to this on the expert witnesses even before the trial started. So I don't know if this is a witness now that the defense feels compelled to bring forward that is someone that, and the judge again told the jury it has to do with some sort of legal matters. And so I don't know if the prosecution then is protesting this witness being introduced and what this particular witness is going to testify to. We do know that we've never heard from the person that actually diagnosed Tanner Horner with on the autism spectrum disorder, but I don't know that would call for a sealed hearing. I doubt that, obviously. So it's a little very interesting development here.
While we're speculating, while
we're just spitballing,
we had the guy earlier, Jay, and remember he was asked if about Tanner Horner being sexually assaulted. I just remembered that in my mind that he didn't seem to know much about that, but part of me wonders, is there something coming about Horner experiencing some sexual abuse as a child or something?
And maybe, but again, I would say with, sort of agree with Rebecca that it would be unusual for that person to require a closed hearing if that's what they were going to testify about, that they did some investigation, they interviewed him, they determined that he was the victim of sexual abuse as a child at the hands of X person. I don't know that requires a closed hearing like where everybody has to be cleared out of the courtroom. Like I can appreciate that it would be a hearing outside the presence of the jury, but this feels different. And this, you know, again, you see that usually when it has to do with children and maybe sexual abuse allegations picture, you know what I mean? So it would be weird if it was about Tanner Horner.
Well, because I'm racking my brain trying to remember the last time we had a sealed hearing, and it's been a while. I mean, it's not that they never happen, but just off the top of my head, it's very unusual.
It is.
So, of course, it's also unusual for a defendant to plead guilty from the very outside of this trial. So there's been a lot of unusual things that I was not expecting in this trial.
Yeah. I don't know. That's very odd. Even the family, asking the family to step out, that seems just very odd.
Because they're normally allowed into everything, right, Rebecca?
Yeah, they've been in everything. And Tanya, I was thinking back as well. I just don't recall a hearing where that was not open, because there's very few circumstances in the state of Texas where you can close a courtroom, and it always has to deal with some sort of child sex abuse. I believe we're dealing, with something with a minor, because typically you are not allowed. The judges are not allowed legally to close a courtroom to observers, unless it is having to deal with a very sensitive matter like child sex abuse, and then you can seal the courtroom. But there's very few circumstances in Texas where you can close a courtroom to a hearing.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure the judge, knowing Judge Gallagher, you and I know him, and we, have dealt with him on prior cases. Knowing him, he has a good reason why he would allow it, and he is he's friendly to obviously having cameras. So there is a good reason, we just don't know what it is.
Right.
It'd be nice to know.
It would be nice to know.
Absolutely. Yeah, he has been he's very open to the media, Tanya. He's open to allowing cameras and being very transparent, because he feels that it's important for people to hear what is happening in this case. So yes, the judge must have obviously a very good reason that he wanted to hold his hearing outside the presence of the jury and any observers in the courtroom.
Rebecca, what do you think about that last witness, the friend?
I thought that they were stretching, honestly. It felt like they were trying to get somebody to say something good about him, because I was like, what is the point of this witness who, again, smoked dope with him and listened to music? And it was bizarre because he just shows up at Tanner Horner's house and knocks on his grandma's door. It's kind of stalkery sounding, honestly, and then just goes in and becomes friends with him, and they start jamming and listening to music. It was bizarre, because I really didn't see the point. And then when he's talking about that he flipped out over mayonnaise. Okay, well, if you were trying to prove that this person is going to be not a future threat or a future danger in prison, if you put him in general population and he's flipping out over mayonnaise not that long ago, I can only imagine what he's going to flip out about in prison. Is what I would, if I was the prosecution, that's what I would be thinking. If he's flipped mayonnaise, what kind of person gets all flustered like that and angry over something like that? And in a general population, there's going to be a lot of bullying, especially for someone that killed a 7-year-old girl and tried to sexually assault her. That is very difficult for those types of people in prison. So why you would want to me, it's counter to what the defense is trying to do and keep him off death row and in the general population.
Well, and so I'm so glad that you brought that up, Rebecca, because Tanya and I both couldn't figure out what was being said.
We thought they said mayo, and we're like, mayo?
What? So he just gave a story about how he got mad about mayonnaise?
That was, because we kept talking to each other going, did we just hear that right? And then it was very, we struggled with that one. A lot of the witnesses that we've seen over the last 4.5 days or so of the defense's case have not felt helpful. Like, I have yet to hear one witness where I go, oh, I can see, you know? There's no, yeah.
I
and
mean,
some of the witnesses have actually seemed like helped the prosecution.
Even his mom.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even his mother who says, I was afraid that he was going to hurt his own son. I believe that was the mom that testified, about that. That's why, he asked me to come get this. I mean, so it doesn't feel like any of the people that they've brought forward to try to say something good about Tanner Horner, or that he flips out easily. It feels like the prosecution has flipped that on the defense. Because to me, that guy did not help Tanner Horner.
I couldn't figure out what he was adding, quite frankly, but the only thing that stood out for me is that he said during cross that he and Tanner Horner partied with each other. They drank, they used marijuana, and they used K2. Now, K2 is, pretty, and it'll make you crazy. So I don't know if maybe it was just that he was, this is sort of just more of the drug use, the drinking, you know what I mean? And he won't have access to, if that's what's making him act like this, then he won't have access to that kind of stuff in the, in prison. And but beyond that, I mean, he laid a little bit of a foundation as it relates to the relationship that Tanner Horner had with his grandparents, and that they were very supportive of him, right?
Which we've heard from other witnesses.
And is that super helpful to the defense? I'm not.
Right, because if the idea is he had such a horrible childhood, what we've actually heard is, yes, he had a father who was in prison and largely absent, a mother who was a drug addict and in and out of his life, but he seemed to have had grandparents who were a stabilizing influence.
Right.
And then the testimony we heard yesterday, we heard from this the school social, I forget what her title was, but the school person basically talking about how much support he got. He got all kinds of support. Okay, Rebecca's.
Okay. I think I heard her say stand by.
Okay, stand by. We'll see what's going on, folks.
You said, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Oh, we're recessed.
Can you see they've recessed for lunch,
great,
folks? Can you hear it? I don't know if y'all heard that, but we're recessed for lunch.
Yes, they were saying.
Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, recess until 1 o'clock, and then they're going to allow the cameras back in. But I still believe that hearing is going on.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Well,
that's unusual.
It is super unusual. Rebecca, anything else you want to add? So we'll all just take a break for lunch ourselves. Then anything else that you want to put out there?
No, that's all I've been able to learn so far. If I hear anything before lunch and we come back on about what this hearing was about, because I mean, the judge, again, has been very transparent. He's been very open to allowing us to observe everything. So I'm sure he'll come in and give us, or not us, but, in the courtroom, a reason for why he did this.
Okay, and we think they're coming back from lunch at 1 o'clock then? Is that what we're understanding?
1 o'clock.
Okay, all right, we'll come back about 12:45 then. And then Rebecca, if you feel like hopping on, great. If you have something new, we'd love to see you. Otherwise, we'll see you later this afternoon. All right, folks, Rebecca, well, all three of us are going to go take a break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. I'm joined by Bree West. We're expecting any moment to be joined by Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, who is up at the courthouse. We've been watching this trial. Of course, we're now in day 5 of the defense side and just seeing where this is going and hearing from a lot of people that knew Tanner Horner. Many of them knew him, Bree, knew him years ago.
And again, what do you think about that? Like, where's the person from right before this happened? And I guess you could say that it was that friend that testified about, I let my son be babysat.
Right. Oh, yeah, that was the closest in time.
I think that was the closest in time. But even then, he was like, but I distanced myself like a whole year.
Right, exactly.
And so even then, it was, I don't have anybody. I mean, and
it's an odd stuff. And actually, we have Rebecca.
Okay, great.
Okay, all right, Rebecca, you are our eyes and ears at that courthouse. What can you tell us?
Okay, so Tanya, I believe that this hearing that the judge had in secret is because it does not have to do with an expert witness like I initially thought. I think that it became so close together. The witness arrived and then they were having this closed door hearing, but I believe that the witness is going to testify as an expert witness, that she will come on, she'll be full face and identified. I believe that we are going to hear, or the judge is trying to determine if we're going to hear from a surprise witness, someone that we don't necessarily know about, and I do believe it's going to have to deal with some sort of juvenile issue, perhaps a sexual assault. And as we were talking about before the break, there are very few reasons that a judge in Texas can close a courtroom for a hearing and to seal it, and it typically has to do with either the witness being in danger or fear for the witness, or juveniles, and so I don't know if this is, who the witness is, and we're not going to speculate about that, but I do believe that the judge is trying to determine if this witness is going to be allowed to testify. The judge has not told us anything, has not told the courtroom anything. I guess we'll find out a little bit later, but that would make more sense as to why he would close the courtroom and seal a hearing. It most likely has to do with some sort of juvenile sex assault victim.
And we believe this is a prosecution witness, like a rebuttal witness. Is that our understanding?
I'm beginning to think I'm beginning to believe that would be the case. I don't know why you would bring anyone else up here for the defense. That would not be someone that I would want to hear from. So perhaps the prosecutors have learned or recently learned about a witness that they want to bring forth. And so the judge is having a closed door hearing and sealed that it's not just that they're having the hearing and here's the judge. Hold on a sec. Okay, no.
Full days, which don't think we will work with the jury Friday.
Okay, no, so the judge is just giving a rundown right now, Tanya, about, you can see, the judge is basically just giving a rundown on the schedule, on who is going to be testifying. So we'll hear this witness today, we'll hear some witnesses tomorrow, we will not be hearing any witnesses on Friday. So it's basically just some housekeeping. But again, as I was saying, very few reasons that a judge closes hearings in Texas, and one would be if they are trying to determine whether or not someone that may have been sexually assaulted as a child, or something very sensitive like child sex abuse would be discussed in open court, and then the judge can in fact close that hearing, and so the judge will determine whether or not this witness will be allowed to go forward and testify.
So go ahead, Marie.
Yeah, I was going to say, so it's really interesting that we believe that this witness may be on the part of the prosecution, because you remember, Tanya, you and I were talking about, if that's the case, why have this break right now? Like, why do this right now? You have Friday as an open day where you're not going to have any testimony. But the other part of that is, remember, the prosecution has to disclose their witness list. Like, we can't have surprise witnesses necessarily. Now, obviously, rebuttal is a little bit different because they can't necessarily say in advance who they're going to bring for rebuttal because they don't know what they're going to need to rebut.
Right.
But, you know, sort of breaking in the middle of the defense case to try to say, oh, we learned this information, we want to potentially have a witness come, let's have a hearing outside of the presence of the jury, outside of the presence of the public, and sealed. I mean, that's really, again, this is like one of those things, again, that's like so dramatic as it relates to this trial that's just completely unexpected. So it's really interesting to me, you know, that maybe the judge right now is trying to figure out, you know, apart from whatever that this person might testify about, am I even going to allow them with this short notice, with the defense not being able to investigate whatever it is that they're alleging without, you know, because they have a right to do that too, to say, well, what records and what this and where was the police report? And I mean, and if they don't have the time to do that, it's highly prejudicial for the court to let it in. So it's really interesting to kind of see ultimately who this might be and what the court decides.
And we don't have any sense yet if the judge is going to allow this in for sure at this point.
No, he's not indicated, you know, and right before he sent the jury out for lunch, he said that whatever it was that they were dealing with had something to do with legal issues. And so that would make sense if there is a witness that the prosecution may want to bring forward in rebuttal, that what's the legality and what does the law say about allowing somebody to come forward? And if it is so prejudicial to the defense, I could see why the defense definitely wouldn't want to let that witness testify and not allow the judge to allow that witness to testify. Well, but I could also see the prosecution saying that if they just learned about a rebuttal witness, that, you know, might help them prove that Tanner Horner is a future danger, then will the judge allow them to let that witness testify? But again, because it's sealed, we're not going to know anything unless the judge tells us in open court what happened.
Wow.
It's really interesting.
Wow. One thing about covering these trials like this, Rebecca, is it seems like with every case we always see something that has that's really unusual, right? I mean, and then we're seeing that play out in this case just
more than once.
Yeah, more than once.
I mean, you know, you walk into a death penalty case ready to try it, and the defendant stands up and says, "Okay, listen, I want to plead guilty."
Yeah. That doesn't happen very often.
That doesn't happen. I mean, normally most of us would have kind of like sort of in the know would have heard about that. Like, it wouldn't have been super unexpected, but it was. And so now here we are again, like this dramatic pause in the middle of the defense's case, saying there's this mystery witness potentially that needs to have this closed here. I mean, it's unusual. And you know, I don't know.
Yeah. And I would suspect that the prosecutors may not have known about it. Now, this is what I was thinking about Brady and Michael Morton is it would be, if it was exculpatory in nature, they would have had to tell the defense before trial. But this wouldn't necessarily be exculpatory because it's not helping the defense, but they would still be compelled if they had a witness that they knew about that they were going to bring forward, you know, prior. But it feels like they would have put that in their case and not in rebuttal. So I don't know how Michael Morton and Brady fit in.
Well, it could also be that we've had a witness come forward during this trial, Rebecca. You know, someone, you know, I mean, who knows? It could be someone out there as a family member or something who's been maybe watching the live streams or something. I mean, we don't know. I mean, obviously we're spitballing here, but this could be something that came out during the defense's case that has made this relevant.
I mean, just along those lines, some witness on the defense side said something, you know, sort of prosecutor ears perked up. They said to their investigator, hey, go run this down, go see whether or not you can, but for that witness making that statement, they never would have known about it, and now they do, and so legitimately there would be no, you know, Brady or Michael Morton or whatever, right? Because they legitimately only know about it because of something that occurred in the defense case, and there's no other way. Because the truth of the matter is, it's 3 years, they've been investigating this case, they've been preparing this trial, it's been a death penalty case since essentially the beginning. Like, they have overturned every single rock in Tanner Horner's life like from the beginning of time. You know what I mean? Like from preconception. They know where his mom, what strip club his mom worked at, and they've gone back there to talk to people. Like that's how much they have done. So if it's something that they truly didn't know anything about, then it may be that some defense witness said one line and they said, okay, go figure this out. Go see if this is something. And so you never know. That could be a thing. But if that's the case, then no Michael Morton and no Brady.
Right. Interesting. I don't know.
Well, and
go ahead.
Do you think that maybe the prosecution, Tanya, do you think that maybe the prosecution was also waiting for a door to be open? Because we've heard witness after witness now, and a witness today say, I took my son over to Tanner Horner's to be, so that he could babysit him, and everything was great. But if you've got a witness that says otherwise, then maybe you could use that in rebuttal with the prosecutors, because the defense is trying to paint Tanner Horner as being great with other kids. He babysat this guy's kid, and and I let my children around him. But if they have somebody saying otherwise, then that would be very damning to the defense.
That could be. I mean, obviously, maybe it was a sort of, defense inadvertently opened the door, and now here we are. Prosecution is ready to walk right through. Again, I'm thrown off by it being totally closed, totally sealed. That's the part that's not adding up to me.
Well, exactly. And I, for some reason, and again, I might be just keying in on something. Again, that guy that brought up the whole thing about Tanner Horner supposedly being sexually assaulted, remember, Jay, this morning?
Yes.
Just, for me, my ears perked up. And I don't know why, I'm not saying it's related, but it just felt like, I don't know, could be totally unrelated, but I thought it struck me as very interesting.
And that was a question on cross, Tanya.
But you're right.
I thought it was a question on cross.
That's interesting. They were headed somewhere with that.
Well, and if you have Tanner Horner saying that he was sexually assaulted, and they're going to hear from a witness along those lines, I don't think that the judge would have sealed the record and that hearing. I have to believe that this has to do with some sort of juvenile victim of some sort, only because it's not unheard of for a judge to not have the hearing held in front of the jury. It is really different and very unusual. And I very rarely have seen it where they seal the record in the hearing.
Right.
So that's why I believe it has to do with some sort of juvenile issue.
Well, the only reason I bring up that witness is, and Bree is right, it was on cross. That's the only witness out of all these witnesses that we've had that they've brought in that were either friends or acquaintances of his that they've asked that question of.
Right.
And so it just sticks in my head that there was some reason why they were asking that question, that there was something behind that question. Because my sense of these prosecutors is they're not asking questions willy-nilly. They are very, whenever they're crossing a witness, their cross-examination of the defense witnesses is fairly short. It's been very short, and they seem to always have kind of a very
you use drugs together, it's like 3 or 4 points.
Right, and that's it. So I don't know. That again, it may be not connected, but who knows?
That's very interesting. It's gosh, the drama that this has created.
For sure.
I don't know.
Rebecca, any more word on who it is that we are going to hear from this afternoon? Who that witness might be? Not the witness we've been talking about in the closed door hearing, but who?
Yeah, I believe it's going to be some sort of a psychologist that is going to testify next, and she has been here, and she will take up the rest of the afternoon, and I think that's going to be the last witness that we hear from. But just another defense expert who will listen. When I was heard 3 days of hearings on these experts, they all say the exact same thing. And they all read each other's reports, and they're all basing their opinions on the other person's report, that they shared that report. And so, a couple of them did examine Tanner Horner and did spend time with him. The last witness we're going to hear, I believe, in the defense is someone that spent a little bit more time with Tanner Horner. But some of them are just reading other reports and then basing their opinion off some of those reports. But I do suspect that this person's also going to come forward and talk about Tanner Horner's different disorders as well.
Okay. All right, Rebecca, we got to let you go because a witness is coming on the stand right now.
Steve, are you going to the war? Would you grab my sippy cup for me, please? Thanks.
Waiting on Steve to come back. All right, y'all ready?
Ready.
Okay, let's go. We're missing one. Everybody can be seated. That's why they put extra chairs in there, so I can make sure that everybody's here. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been sworn previously to testify truthfully. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, before we proceed with Dr. Ryan, the defense offers, make sure I get the numbers correct, defense exhibits number 80, 81, 82, 83, and 84, which have all been on file with the clerk of court, and the state has also been given copies.
Any objections?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense exhibits 80 through 84 are admitted.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ryan. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Dr. Ryan, if you would please just go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury.
I am Dr. Arlene Ryan.
And Dr. Ryan, what do you do for a living?
I am a professor of psychiatry and behavioral health at the Ohio State University College of Medicine. I'm the vice chair of clinical affairs, and I am a general adult, child and adolescent, and forensic psychiatrist.
Could I have you slide that over just a little bit? Your voice is very soft, so there you go.
That's the first time anyone said that.
I understand. Ms. Anderson.
That's something you and I share in common. Dr. Ryan, tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
So I graduated undergraduate from New York University. I went to medical school at Midwestern University, which then was called the Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine. After that, I did a medical surgical internship at Baptist Medical Center in New York. Then I did my general psychiatry and child and adolescent psychiatry fellowship at the University of Pittsburgh, Western Psychiatric Institute and Clinic. I did a forensic fellowship at the University of Virginia.
Dr. Ryan, you had said that you were a doctor of osteopathic medicine. Is there a difference between osteopathic and a medical doctor?
Not all that much anymore. Osteopathic physicians have education in osteopathic manipulative technique during medical school. There proportionately are more osteopathic physicians go into primary care, like family medicine, internal medicine, pediatrics, than MDs do. And I think osteopathic physicians have always prided themselves on having a more holistic approach, although I think teaching in an MD medical school now, I think MDs have certainly adopted that over the years.
Osteopathic manipulation, what does that mean?
Well, it's different from chiropractic, but it's manipulation of the musculoskeletal system for various, disorders. For example, back pain, various musculoskeletal disorders.
Well, Dr. Ryan, are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in any other state?
I'm licensed to practice medicine in Virginia, also and in Kentucky.
Are you board certified in any discipline?
Yes, I am board certified in general psychiatry, in child and adolescent psychiatry, and in forensic psychiatry.
Dr. Ryan, for this particular case, did you have to obtain a temporary medical license to practice in Texas?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
You had mentioned that you were a professor at Ohio State University. How long have you been a professor?
Since 2017.
You had also mentioned that you were a vice chair. What does that mean?
Basically, it is a title that encompasses the promotion of the clinical enterprise within the department. So my role is to basically promote clinical excellence in all of our clinical endeavors. So we have an 84-bed inpatient hospital. We have a huge ambulatory footprint, consult liaison, emergency, psychiatry. One of my roles is to integrate psychiatry into the medical center. So we have our psychiatrists in neurology and in our cancer hospital, etc.
So does that mean you still see patients?
Yes.
How often do you see patients?
I see patients probably about three days a week. My primary clinical role at this point in time is in our psychiatric emergency service at Ohio State. Because I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist, I also work in the pediatric crisis department over at Nationwide Children's Hospital. I see some outpatients and I also do some inpatient work.
So you mentioned child and adolescent psychiatry. Is that your specialty area?
Well, it's one of my specialty areas.
What other specialty areas do you have?
I would say forensic psychiatry is one, also emergency psychiatry.
Is there any, do you have a focus within your clinical practice?
I would say that clinically I see patients with mood disorders. I guess what I would be most known for is suicidal patients, the study of and treatment of patients who are suicidal, risk assessment, violence risk assessment, a variety of clinical things that I do.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ryan, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit number 78. Do you recognize this?
That's my CV or resume.
Is this a true and accurate representation of the experience that you bring to court today?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the defense offers Defense Exhibit number 78.
No objections. Defense 78 is admitted.
Dr. Ryan, I was looking at your resume and I saw something related to University of Virginia.
Yes.
Were you the medical director at the Sorry. Were you the medical director of the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy there?
Yes, I was.
What does that mean?
Well, the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy is really a think tank that assists in advising the state legislature, judges. Also, we have a we have a clinic that evaluates primarily defendants. I also initiated doing more civil work, also started the child forensic clinic. We also teach how to do various types of evaluations, for example, capital sentencing evaluations, insanity evaluations, competency to stand trial, sex offender evaluations, a variety of forensic evaluations.
So you're one of the people that trains people to do what you do?
I did when I was at UVA, and now I work with fellows. Those are individuals they're physicians who've completed medical school and their psychiatry residency, sometimes their child and adolescent fellowship also, and are now doing a forensic psychiatry fellowship.
Dr. Ryan, have you ever been published in any peer-reviewed publications?
Yes.
What does it mean to be peer-reviewed?
That means, well, maybe it's easier to talk about the process. You submit an article. It could be a research article, it could be a review article, it could be a variety of different types of articles to a medical journal. And then the editor sends that out to various experts in that field to review it and critique if it's suitable for publication, if the methodology is good, if it's something that adds to the research body, to the literature body. And then if it's accepted, typically nothing's accepted the first time around, and it's sent back with revisions, and if the authors are able to do the revisions and resubmit it, it may be published.
And Dr. Ryan, what type of articles have you written? What generally was your topic of publication?
Well, it would sort of vary depending on, kind of what my interests and work was at the time. And I started out at University of Pittsburgh being very interested in self-injurious behavior, so I wrote an article on that. People who cut themselves or headbang, things like that. I also have submitted and written articles that have been published on competency to stand trial, sexual assault, mood disorders among juvenile offenders, and also my research when I was at UVA was in violence against staff in a psychiatric hospital. So I had done research and published on that. I've published on mental illness and the death penalty. And other things, yeah.
Approximately how many times have you been published in peer review articles?
I guess I have never counted them up, but I guess about 15 times. And then I have book chapters also that I've written on suicide, malingering or deception, psychiatric emergencies, interviewing.
Other than book chapters, have you written any books?
Yes, I edited and wrote part of a book on juvenile sexual offending.
Dr. Ryan, have you ever consulted on legal cases before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you consulted on cases?
Probably over the last 25 years, I would say about at least 50 times, maybe closer to 75.
Have you worked for both the state and the defense in these
Yes,
cases?
I have.
Have you worked in both state and federal court?
Yes, I have.
Dr. Ryan, are you being paid for your time to be here?
Yes, I am.
Now, I understand that you work for Ohio State University. How does that work with you working for them and you being here with us? Do you get paid or does Ohio State get paid?
The payment goes to Ohio State.
Dr. Ryan, what is your hourly fee?
$700 an hour.
Is the standard within the practice that you've seen?
Yes, some less, some more. Some experts less, some experts more.
Approximately how many hours have you worked on this case so far?
I haven't counted them up again. OSU gets that payment, but I would say it's at least 100 hours.
Dr. Ryan, what were you asked to do in this case? What was what we call the referral question?
I was asked to do a comprehensive forensic psychiatric evaluation for the purpose of mitigation.
What is a forensic psychiatric evaluation for purposes of mitigation?
So, mitigation in a capital case would be doing a thorough psychiatric evaluation to help inform the jury about the life of the defendant, and are there any mitigating factors that they might consider with respect to coming to the conclusion of death versus life in prison without the possibility of parole. And that's something that is law, essentially, that the death penalty, according to the Supreme Court, is reserved for the worst of the worst.
And I'm sorry for interrupting, Dr. Ryan. You had mentioned that you perform these evaluations, but is there testing involved in these evaluations?
Other experts potentially will do testing. I don't do testing. I don't think I have ever done testing in a capital mitigation case. Sometimes I will do testing in other types of forensic evaluations. But what I do in terms of my methodology is a comprehensive review of all of the records. That would be, do you want me to talk about what records I review? Okay.
Yeah. Were you provided, you said that you reviewed records. Did you prepare a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
Is there a comprehensive list of the records that you reviewed contained within that report?
There is.
Are there any additional records that you reviewed after completing your report?
I want to add one thing, which during the previous hearing I was in error about. I didn't include my interview of the in-home therapist.
Okay.
So that was done prior to getting additional records. And then after completing my report, I received additional documents and provided the prosecution with a list of those. You who provided the prosecution with a list.
Doctor, where did you get the records that you reviewed?
From the defense team.
Did you receive any reports from other experts as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you rely solely on the records you received and the reports that you received from the other experts when doing your evaluation?
No.
What else do you do in an evaluation?
In this kind of a forensic evaluation, you do a comprehensive interview, typically several interviews, with the defendant, and I met with Mr. Horner for about 18 and a half hours over the course of 4 times. I also interviewed collateral sources of information, people who might be able to shed some light on the defendant, his development, his functioning. I met some of those individuals in person, others I interviewed by Zoom or by phone.
Dr. Ryan, why is it important to have all of this information?
Well, in any forensic evaluation, you have to have a low threshold for suspecting malingering. And so a forensic evaluation is different from and malingering would be being deceptive. Clinical evaluation, your threshold for suspecting that is much lower.
Again, I'm sorry for interrupting, but would you please explain to the jury what malingering means?
Deception. Malingering is basically attempting to deceive with the purpose of some gain. So in a civil case, it might be attempting to, portraying yourself as far more impaired than you actually are in order to get a big payout, for example. In a criminal case, it might be feigning or pretending to be psychotic in order to, get an insanity defense, something like that.
And in order to determine whether a person is malingering, is that why you look at all of the records?
That's one of the reasons. Also, every individual, in every case, not only in forensic evaluations, often, there are family members and others who have more insight into how they function than they might have themselves. That's true of even neurotypical people. And with someone who has an autism spectrum disorder, that's even more the case.
Do you try to review all of the records before conducting the interviews with the client?
I review all of the records that I have received prior to interviewing the client. Yes, your client.
May I approach your honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Dr. Ryan, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 79. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is my report.
Is this the report that you prepared after interviewing Mr. Horner, reviewing the records, and interviewing all the collateral witnesses?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate representation of your findings?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, defense offers Defense Exhibit number 79.
No objection, sir.
Defense Exhibit 79 is admitted.
Now, Dr. Ryan, in your review of the records, did you review records from the Wise County Health Systems?
Yes.
Did you review records from Tarrant County MHMR?
Yes.
Did you review records from the hospital known as JPS?
Yes, I did.
Did you review records from the hospital known as Millwood?
Yes.
And did you review other records from the hospital known as JPS?
Yes.
When you conduct a forensic psychiatric evaluation, how important is it to get a family history?
It's very important.
Why is it important?
Well, for a variety of reasons. One is you find out about the upbringing of the defendant. You also find out about the family mental health history, because many psychiatric disorders have a familial basis, a genetic basis that you want to be aware of. It's also important to, expounding on what I had said earlier, understanding the developmental history of any defendant, you really need to know what kind of a family they grew up in, what kind of influences they were subjected to, both positive and negative.
Dr. Ryan, based upon your review of the records and your interviews with all of the witnesses in this case, do you feel that you were able to get a pretty comprehensive medical history of Tanner's family?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the psychiatric history that you were able to obtain, specifically related to the maternal side. Was there any significant history of mental health issues on Tanner's maternal side?
Yes, there was significant mental health history on the maternal side. His maternal grandmother suffers from depression. She's been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, but she doesn't believe that she has bipolar disorder. And the records that I reviewed weren't very clear on that either. She also was very traumatized during her own childhood, sexually abused. His mother has a history of significant severe mental illness. Now, she's been diagnosed with major depression with psychotic features, schizoaffective disorder, and bipolar disorder. Now, those disorders are kind of mutually exclusive. You can't have all three of those. But from reviewing the records, she had extensive psychiatric records that I reviewed. She has been psychotic, and it didn't appear that that was only in the context of substance use, that persisted even outside of substance use.
And I believe you said that all of these diagnoses were documented in medical records that you reviewed?
They were all documented in the medical records, yes. The maternal grandmother has several siblings, two of whom completed suicide. A sister who was apparently very successful and had a diagnosis of bipolar disorder, who killed herself when she was about 40. There's also a brother who killed himself by firearms, a younger brother. And she has other older brothers who have been diagnosed with, one with paranoid schizophrenia, another one with bipolar disorder.
Why is all of this important when you evaluate Tanner for this particular case?
It gives me some insight into what kind of biologically based vulnerabilities he may have to mental illness. There's also, the family history is also replete with substance use disorders. And those we know are also, there's an inherited basis potentially to those also.
With regards to the substance use disorder, and was that on both the maternal and the paternal sides?
Yes, there's the paternal side. His biological father died before I had any opportunity to interview him, but he reportedly, and there's actually medical records that I reviewed his records. He has a history of depression, significant substance use. He also had a serious suicide attempt while in jail, during which he was cut down, and in the process of being cut down, when he fell to the floor, broke his foot.
What do you mean cut down?
He was found hanging.
Dr. Ryan, I want to turn your attention to Tanner Horner in this case, all right? You said that you had reviewed all of the medical records in this case. Were you able to obtain a comprehensive history or view of Tanner's own psychiatric issues?
Yes.
Historically speaking, what kinds of diagnoses has Tanner had over his lifetime?
He has had over his lifetime Asperger's disorder, autism spectrum disorder, as the diagnostic category changed, major depressive disorder, recurrent and severe. He has had ADHD, significant attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. That has been since childhood. He's also received the diagnosis of bipolar disorder. That was also in the medical records.
Based upon your review of the medical records, were you able to determine whether he had ever been prescribed any medications?
Yes, he was prescribed numerous medications over the years. When he was early adolescence, I believe, potentially middle school, he was prescribed what we call stimulant medication for ADHD, Metadate, and Concerta. He's also been prescribed Strattera, and that was prescribed quite recently prior to this offense. He's been prescribed several antidepressants, sertraline, which is Zoloft, mirtazapine, which is Remeron, and fluoxetine, which is Prozac. Also bupropion, which is Wellbutrin. He's been prescribed 2 antipsychotics, although it appears that those were prescribed more for sleep disturbance than any actual psychosis, olanzapine and quetiapine.
Dr. Ryan, are these medications consistent with the diagnoses that you saw in the records?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of the specific instances that you've read about in the records. I want to turn your attention to the records for Millwood in 2018. Do you recall an instance, or do you recall why Tanner was admitted to Millwood in September of 2018?
Yes, the police were called by his ex-girlfriend. He had indicated to her that she should look at Facebook because he was going to be killing himself. And she rushed over to where he was living at the time. I believe it was his grandmother's shed, and found him unconscious. And the police were called. And he was involuntarily admitted to Millwood. He didn't want to go voluntarily.
Do you recall how long he was in the hospital?
He was in the hospital for about a week.
I want to turn your attention to the records from Tarrant County in 2022. Based upon your review of the records, were you able to determine whether or not Tanner was seeing anybody at Tarrant County NHMR on a regular basis?
He was.
Specifically, in May of 2022, did he see his provider?
The individual who prescribed medication?
Yes.
Yes. And he also was seeing, I believe, a therapist too.
When he went to see the provider, was an intake performed? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but I don't recall exactly the intake itself.
Okay.
But he was diagnosed with major depression recurrent, ADHD, and prescribed antidepressants, 2 antidepressants and Strattera.
Do you recall if he talked to his provider about any of the stressors in his life that he was experiencing at the time in May of 2022?
Yes, he basically went for treatment because he was feeling increasingly depressed and suicidal. He was not hospitalized at that time, but was referred to this something called a mobile crisis program, which is what he was involved in. He was under a great deal of stress. He had difficulties in terms of his relationship with his fiance's family. I believe that he was living with them and was having a lot of stressors around that, not only in terms of the relationship, but in terms of the number of people living in the house and just the noise factor and kind of the chaos in the home. He also was stressed by work. His fiance had experienced.
And I was going to say, I'm going to stop you right there for a moment because I want to go back to May of 2022. And then we'll get to the other issues that he was dealing with in just a moment. Based upon the records that you reviewed from Tarrant County, was the last date of service October of 2022?
Yes.
Was that about 6 weeks before the kidnap and murder of Athena Strand?
Yes, it was.
Now, after his arrest, was there an incident in the Weiss County Jail involving Tanner?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I'm trying to recall. It was several months after he had been incarcerated in the jail. He attempted to kill himself by cutting his upper extremities and cutting lower extremities. And this was a serious suicide attempt in that when he was brought to the hospital, he was hypotensive, which means he had very low blood pressure due to loss of blood. And according to the records I reviewed, required a transfusion.
What is a transfusion?
A blood transfusion.
What does that mean?
It means that, and reviewing his labs, something called his hemoglobin and hematocrit were low, which indicates that he had lost a lot of blood. And if I remember correctly, I think his systolic blood pressure, which is that top number in your blood pressure, which is typically about 120, I think his was like 50 or 60. So he had lost quite a bit of blood.
What does it mean to have a systolic of 50 or 60?
That the term is hypotensive. He was not, his blood pressure was very low, and that means that there wasn't a lot of blood for the heart to pump around the body. And he was, if I remember correctly in the records, it seemed like he was confused, somewhat disoriented. So this was a legitimate and very serious attempt.
Dr. Ryan, in addition to the hanging attempt in 2018, the suicidal ideations in May of 2022, and the suicide attempt in the jail in May of 2023, were there other instances that you noted in the records of Tanner either causing self-harm or trying to commit suicide?
Well, there's the head banging and the self-harm that he experiences when he becomes very dysregulated and overwhelmed. But there was also an incident when he was hit with a plank by his grandfather. He didn't see that coming, in large part because of his difficulty with perspective taking and seeing, kind of how people are registering emotion. His father knocked him down with a plank or some big stick to the floor. And he indicated this to me, and his grandmother did also. And he went upstairs and cut himself very deeply in a suicide attempt. Then he came downstairs. He was bleeding profusely. His grandmother took him to the hospital, and he received 16 sutures. He did not reveal to the hospital personnel that he had cut himself. He said he had, I believe he told them that he had cut himself. He had fallen off a roof or something and fell onto a gutter and cut himself that way.
Dr. Ryan, based upon your review of the records and your evaluation of Tanner, Is it your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Tanner meets the diagnostic criteria for autism spectrum disorder?
Yes.
What about alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder associated with exposure?
That's a little redundant on my part, but yes, a neurodevelopmental disorder related to fetal alcohol.
Does he meet the criteria for major depressive disorder?
Yes, he does, recurrent.
Post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder?
Yes.
Motor tic disorder?
Yes.
And you mentioned bipolar disorder rule out. What does that mean?
You know, the records had numerous references to him having manic, or what we call hypomanic episodes. And I believe that he has been diagnosed in the records at some point with having bipolar disorder. However, you know, the kind of evaluation that I'm able to do in a forensic evaluation is far more comprehensive than the kind of evaluations that I can do in 15 minutes in my practice clinically. I just don't have that kind of access in a psychiatric evaluation clinically. I was able to review all of these records, talk with numerous collateral sources, and also to talk with Mr. Horner himself, and I could not determine that he actually met criteria for that disorder. Because, you know, all of these disorders have pretty strict criteria. You have to meet a certain number of criteria in order to get the diagnosis. He clearly meets the diagnosis for major depressive disorder, but you have to have, for hypomania, 4 days at least of clear hypomanic symptoms most of the day on consecutive days. And for mania, it's 7 days. And I just couldn't get enough information to make that diagnosis.
So does that mean he didn't have bipolar?
No, it doesn't mean that. I just did not have enough information to make the diagnosis to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Okay, hold on one moment. Did you also have some diagnoses of substance use?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan, how important are diagnoses for a forensic psychiatric evaluation in a capital murder case?
Well, just generally, the jury might consider these diagnoses, these disorders, to be mitigating. They certainly impact how Mr. Horner developed, moved through the world, how he came to be the person that he is.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of these individual diagnoses. We have talked about autism throughout this trial. Based upon your review of the records and review of the reports from other experts in this case, was Tanner given a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder?
At some point later, yes. He was given the diagnosis of Asperger's disorder, and with the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, moving from DSM-4 to DSM-5, there was a change in that diagnostic schema. So there is no more Asperger's disorder. Individuals like Mr. Horner, who they would now fall under the category of autism spectrum disorder.
Is there a difference between Asperger's and autism?
Well, in the DSM-4, autistic disorder, Asperger's disorder, and something called unspecified pervasive developmental disorder were all under the diagnostic category of pervasive developmental disorder. And autistic disorder typically was describing individuals who were significantly impaired in terms of their intellectual ability. So they often, more than 70% would have fallen into the intellectually disabled category, what used to be called mental retardation, and they didn't have language. So that was the difference. Asperger's was the diagnosis for individuals who had normal or above average IQ and also had developed language. But they still had, severe social communication deficits.
Based upon your evaluation of Tanner and of the witnesses, what kind of deficits did he present throughout his life?
Well, he's had the major first criteria are persistent deficits in social communication and social interaction. And these have to be across multiple domains, not only in one domain. And he certainly, from the records, it was very clear that he had these difficulties. Deficits in what we call social emotional reciprocity. Being able to recognize social cues. I don't want to go into a lot of detail if that's already been gone into, but deficits in nonverbal communication. It was noted in the records that he made eye contact, didn't make good eye contact. What was interesting, and I suspect that this was related to some of the in-home therapy that he got, his eye contact was far too much throughout my evaluation. Staring, not doing, when typically when neurotypical people interact with someone, they don't maintain eye contact constantly. You drop your eyes, you look away a little bit. He very seldom did that.
And I'm going to stop you right there and say, what significance is that?
That he has deficits in nonverbal communication. So that's one of the things that if you're with him for a significant amount of time, you start to feel a little uncomfortable, right? Because there's that staring. There's also deficits in developing and maintaining relationships, and that was very clear in the records and from the history that I got from collateral sources.
Speaking of the collateral sources, were the collateral sources that you spoke with, were they able to give you any further insight into the deficits that Tanner exhibited?
Well, I spoke with his mother and his grandmother, so they, his grandmother, particularly in retrospect, recognized deficits very early on. One of the things that she mentioned, which is very typical of autistic individuals, is instead of playing with a car the way that a little kid would play with a car, he was kind of focused on turning the wheels, which is kind of this focus on parts rather than the whole. They noted that he tended to play by himself. And when he was in preschool, other kids didn't really want to play with him. And also when they would approach him to play, he didn't interact with them in the way that other kids would be expected to interact. He had difficulty. Now, preschoolers are not known for sharing, but he was even more, focused on just doing his own thing. And the relationship issues have progressed throughout his life. That was noted in the school records. It was noted by the in-home therapist. These deficits that really prohibit him from taking other people's perspectives, communicating adequately, and then in adulthood, these kinds of deficits that you see with individuals on the spectrum, they become in many ways more pronounced in adolescence because you have to do things in adolescence in terms of relationships that are more complicated than during childhood. So things only got worse.
So Dr. Ryan, the information that you received from the collaterals, did they corroborate the testing of other experts? Did they corroborate what you saw in the medical records going back a decade?
Totally.
I want to talk about the diagnosis of major depressive disorder. How common is it to have a comorbidity of depression with autism?
Very common.
Did you find that to be the case with Tanner?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what major depressive disorder is.
So major depressive disorder is a mood disorder in which someone is pervasively depressed, down, sad mood, or losing interest or pleasure in usual activities for at least 2 weeks. And it's not a kind of on and off thing. It doesn't have to be every single minute, but it's pretty much most of the day, nearly every day for at least 2 weeks. And then you need to have 5 out of 9 symptoms in order to meet the criteria. For example, sleep disturbance, appetite disturbance, loss of energy, the loss of pleasure that I mentioned before, preoccupation with death or suicidal ideation, decreased concentration, feelings of helplessness, hopelessness. So there are 9 of them. I don't know if I mentioned them all in that, but you have to have at least 5.
Dr. Ryan, how does depression...
Can I just add one thing?
Oh, sure.
It has to really limit your functioning.
Well, how does depression affect a person's functioning?
Well, it's very individualized, of course, right? For some individuals, decreased motivation is another one of the symptoms. So, it can be an increase in sadness. It can be an increase in irritability. It might be a lack of motivation to work, for example. So you might see that someone with an excellent work ethic suddenly starts showing up late for work or isn't performing at work the way they used to.
What about cognitive abilities?
Definitely affects cognitive abilities in terms of memory, in terms of there are neural circuitry that's affected in depression, in terms of being able to utilize foresight. It does affect your cognition. It makes you slower potentially in terms of your thinking.
Dr. Ryan, another one of the diagnoses that you noted was attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, also known as ADHD. What, during your evaluation of Tanner, did he exhibit any signs or symptoms that would lead you to believe, or let me rephrase that. What signs or symptoms did he exhibit that led you to believe that ADHD was a valid diagnosis?
Well, you have to recognize that in a structured setting, I mean, we were in a interview room, just him and I, and even individuals with significant ADHD might be able to focus in interview. It's when they're in unstructured settings that you really see some of those deficits more profoundly. So with me, it was kind of difficult to separate out what was the autism versus what was distractibility secondary to ADHD, but he was distractible. He was also, kind of impulsive, but he had what I would call impulsive responding that was at times very inappropriate, that could also be related to his Asperger, his autism spectrum disorder. I think, if I may, I think what's important is recognizing that these comorbidities, rather than just being additive, are compounding. So when you're adding in primarily autism spectrum disorder, major depression, ADHD, and PTSD, you're creating problems that are more significant than each of those disorders creates individually.
Well, let's look at these three that we had just talked about. We talked about autism, depression, and ADHD. But before we do that, one thing that I wanted to ask you that I almost forgot about was there was testimony related to Tanner eating coins. Would that information be relevant to his ADHD diagnosis?
Well, yes. The records seem to indicate, and the history from sources that I spoke to, was that he had a particularly severe form of ADHD. We see that with individuals who have had exposure to alcohol prenatally. That is related to, that fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is associated with pretty severe ADHD. That level of, kids pick up things and put them in their mouths, right? But it sounds like his eating coins was way out of proportion to what you would see, particularly if there was any level of supervision with just a kid who has ADHD. There's also, to be eating inanimate objects would be something called pica, which is another disorder. I don't have enough information to be able to diagnose that, but just eating random things that are objects.
Dr. Ryan, so when looking at the autism, looking at the depression, looking at the ADHD diagnoses, how would these three working together impact a person's ability to cope with anxiety or stress?
Just the autism spectrum disorder alone hampers one's ability to cope with anxiety and stress. So you add all of these other disorders, and you've got a compounding of his difficulties dealing with stress. And stress is kind of a very generic term, but there are very specific kinds of stressors that really are particularly problematic for him. So disruptions in routine, for example.
All right, and in about half a page, we're going to talk some more about the stressors in this case. But I want to go back to the diagnoses for a moment.
Okay.
These diagnoses that we talked about, they seem to have had an impact on impulse control. Now, with regards to the other diagnoses that he had, you had noted that there was a prenatal alcohol exposure. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that. Does a fetus have control over what the mother puts into her body?
No.
Are women supposed to consume alcohol while pregnant?
No.
Why not?
Well, alcohol is a neurotoxin, and there is a great deal of research on the toxicity to the fetal brain. It's not clear how much is too much. Some literature and research indicates that 2 drinks in one sitting can be, which I think may be a little excessive actually, but there's research that indicates that can be that can be toxic to the developing brain. It all really depends on where this kind of an insult hits. So, in Mr. Tanner's case, his mother was very heavily consuming alcohol for the first 8.5 weeks of
pregnancy.
of the
Now, I was
pregnancy.
going to ask, are there times in a pregnancy that a developing fetus is more vulnerable than other times?
Yes, the brain is developing during that first trimester.
And so what can happen if a mother drinks during the first trimester?
It can have a very negative effect on the fetus's developing brain.
What kind of effect can alcohol exposure have on a child's executive functioning?
It can very negatively affect executive functioning. And executive functioning is basically the frontal lobe of our brains. That area in the front behind the forehead is what is responsible for executive functioning, particularly what's called the prefrontal cortex. So that is important in terms of judgment, rational thinking, impulse control, those types of functions.
How can drinking during the first trimester affect adaptive deficit behavior?
Can you explain what you mean by that?
How about if I move on to the next question, because that one didn't make any sense. So how can drinking during the first trimester affect a child's social and emotional functioning?
Well, particularly if it affects the frontal lobe, which is one of the areas that we would be looking at, it can affect their impulsivity. And as I said, children with fetal alcohol disorder, and there's two things. There's fetal alcohol disorder, right, which has characteristic facial features, which Mr. Horner does not have. And then there's what we call fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. And individuals with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder have significant deficits with respect to impulse control, judgment, rational thinking, being able to kind of consider alternatives. And that's what in my opinion, we're seeing with Mr. Horner.
Are there any secondary diagnoses that are more prevalent for those with who have been exposed to alcohol in utero?
Well, ADHD is definitely one of them.
Is there a correlation between alcohol exposure and autism spectrum disorder?
There's no causation. That the research has not shown any, for example, that alcohol exposure causes autism spectrum disorder. However, many children with fetal alcohol exposure and fetal alcohol symptoms, they have autistic traits. So one of the questions is, both of the diagnoses can exist independently, but children who have fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, children who have fetal alcohol syndrome can have autistic traits and have a higher percentage of autistic traits than the general population.
So is it correlative, not causative?
Definitely not causative. There's some correlation. Not between the disorder, but autistic traits.
Dr. Ryan, one of the things that you had mentioned earlier was talking about, I believe that you said a causative effect of all of these diagnoses and how they kind of built upon each other.
Compounding effect.
Compounding, that was the word. Explain to the jury how all of these deficits and all of these diagnoses can compound each other, because if you have 3 different diagnoses that all label impulse control, shouldn't that just be one impulse control issue?
No, because as I said, it compounds and creates more problems than if it's just each one individually. So for example, Mr. Horner tends to not only be impulsive, but to kind of what we call catastrophize, or think about worst case scenarios and jump to the worst case conclusions. Depression, major depression, causes something that we call cognitive distortion, right? Which can make these kinds of thought patterns worse. So that would be an example.
Dr. Ryan, we have a lot of diagnoses here. Did any of these diagnoses cause Tanner to commit the offense to which he pled guilty?
No.
Did any of these diagnoses lead you to believe that Tanner was insane at the time of the commission of the offense?
No.
You understand that he did plead guilty to
Yes.
this case. Is insanity part of a guilt innocence, or would it be part of the mitigation?
Well, it would be the guilt innocence because, one would do an evaluation to determine whether someone met that threshold for insanity, which would be that you didn't know the nature, character, or consequence of your act, or didn't realize that it was wrong. If that were the case, then it would go to an insanity trial, not a mitigation, not a sentencing hearing.
So just to put it in layman's terms, when we're talking about insanity, one of the issues is knowing right from wrong.
That's correct.
And that's not why we're here today.
Right.
Okay. Did any of these diagnoses prevent Tanner from knowing right from wrong?
No.
So why is it important to look at all these diagnoses if they don't give rise to a defense or an excuse to the offense?
Well, I think that, in my opinion, these diagnoses indicate that Mr. Horner is a severely compromised individual, and that is mitigating in understanding how he was functioning leading up to the offense, and what kinds of factors went into him thinking the way that he was thinking around the time of the offense. And, there's lots of other aspects of it that a jury might find mitigating in terms of his childhood and development to get him to the place where he is now.
And so with these diagnoses, do you believe that they are important to help the jury understand his behavior during the interrogations?
Yes.
Or during the offense itself?
Yes.
What about during any phone calls after he was arrested?
Yes.
Would these diagnoses help the jury to understand why or how he wrote the letters that he did or before his suicide attempt?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan, I want to talk to you about the evaluation of Mr. Horner. When conducting a forensic psychiatric evaluation, do you get personal information from the person that you're evaluating?
Yes.
Do you ask them the intimate details of their lives?
Yes.
Do you ask about traumatic events that may have occurred in their past?
Yes, I do.
Do you also talk about the facts of the case?
Yes.
Is it always easy for a person that you're interviewing to open up with you the moment you sit down?
It's not typical for them to open up the moment that I begin the evaluation, no.
Is it uncommon to not get the truth from the person the first time out?
It depends on the person, but it certainly can happen.
Is it, or do you find it uncommon that a person being evaluated might be less than honest about the traumas that they experienced?
Yes.
So, why wouldn't a person just come out and say, this was my trauma, this was the bad thing that I did? Why is that so difficult?
Well, I think I would look at it in terms of neurotypical people and individuals with autism spectrum disorder. So even for neurotypical individuals, it can be very difficult to talk about traumas that happened in their lives. For example, sexual trauma, because they perceive it to be shameful. For someone with autism spectrum disorder, you've got the additional layering of difficulty with communication, knowing their own, basically knowing how they feel and being able to express how they feel.
Is that why it's so important for a clinician and an evaluator to build rapport with the person they're interviewing?
Yes.
Is rapport instantaneous?
Typically not, no.
So does it sometimes take several visits to develop that rapport with someone?
It depends on the individual, but it can. And it's not, excuse me, it's not so much rapport as, you know, a sense of, I would say, safety in terms of that person is less likely to judge the trauma that you might be revealing.
Is that one of the reasons why you spend so much time with the one-on-one evaluations?
That's one reason. It's also to, you know, understand about consistencies and inconsistencies with collateral sources and within the evaluation.
Dr. Ryan, I want to talk to you about the facts of this case. Now, during your evaluation with Mr. Horner, did Tanner talk to you about the facts in this case?
Yes.
Did this happen the first visit?
No.
Did it happen on the second visit?
I don't believe so. I didn't ask him anything about the offense on the first visit. I typically don't.
Well, why don't you ask anything about the offense on the first visit, typically?
Because that is often a very difficult thing for individuals to talk about. And I don't want to disengage or shut down the interview by asking about the facts in the first interview.
What do you mean by shutting down?
Not talking any further, or feeling so uncomfortable or so anxious that they don't provide the kind of information that I need to put the whole picture together. So there's a lot more information that I needed than just information about the offense itself. In order to understand more about what happened with Athena, I needed to know about him. I needed to know what led up to this. I needed to know things about his background, all of that stuff. And I'm typically not willing to compromise that by jumping into the offense right off.
Do you find it more productive to wait?
Yes.
And talk about the offense later?
Yes, that probably would have been a briefer way to say that, yes.
I want to talk to you about what Tanner told you about the offense, okay? Did he tell you why he picked up Athena and placed her in that truck?
Yes.
And why did he do that?
She saw him snorting cocaine.
Dr. Ryan, you mentioned the word earlier that, and I cut you off on that one, but I'm going to bring it up now. You mentioned the word catastrophize. What does that mean?
That means immediately and with a lot of emotional valence or a lot of emotion, believing that the worst possible thing is going to happen, regardless of how minor the event might be.
You had the opportunity to see some of the video of the incident, and you reviewed some of the records related to the transcripts. Based upon your conversation with Tanner and the evidence in this case that you reviewed, is it your opinion that this was one of those moments that Tanner catastrophized?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Well, there's more to the catastrophizing in a lot of respects is due to his autism, right? But layer on that, his ADHD and his depression. You know, he immediately jumped to the conclusion that that Athena saw him snorting cocaine, and so she was going to tell, and he was going to lose his job, which meant that he was not going to be able to support his son. He was going to lose his son, and that couldn't happen. And he's been sort of laser focused on his son for a long time. And his son was living with his fiance's mother, and he had limited contact with his son, and was distraught over that. And when he thought he was going to lose his job, that was going to be the end.
Was that a reasonable jump from point A to point Z?
Completely unreasonable.
And is that jump from point A to point Z related to any of the other diagnoses other than the autism? Or is it just kind of a combination of everything that's been going on?
I think it's the compounding. I think that the autism was definitely a major component of that. But I think that the impulsivity that goes along with ADHD, the major depression, I think that he's also very emotionally reactive related to his own past trauma. But I think that in that moment, that catastrophizing around, she saw me using the cocaine, she's going to tell on me, I'm going to lose my job, that's the end for me, I'm going to lose my son, was what went into this.
So after Tanner has Athena in his truck, did he tell you what happened next?
Well, getting up to that point, there was, from what he told me, he didn't know what he was going to do initially. He was having trouble kind of thinking at that point once he was convinced that he was going to lose his job because of Athena seeing him do this. He kind of didn't know what to do. And so he said that he, said there's something in the truck, and he was going to look for something. Do you want me to?
Well, I'm going to stop you right there for a moment. I want to fast forward a little bit.
Okay.
To Athena is already in the truck. Did he talk to you about assaulting Athena?
Eventually.
Did he deny it at first?
Yes.
So, did you believe him when he first denied it?
No.
Why not?
Because I had read the transcript, and I knew, in my opinion, what had gone on in the truck. He had covered the camera, so one couldn't see it. But from what the transcript was, I later heard the audio.
Okay.
But yeah.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk.
But even before that, reading the transcript was enough.
So, at any time did you challenge Tanner on the lies that he told you?
Yes.
Was he eventually able to tell you what had happened?
Yes, to the best of his ability, I think.
Did he have any difficulty talking with you about it at first?
Yes.
What was his demeanor when talking about this?
It was, the only other time that he had a similar demeanor was talking about his own rape when he was 10. He was halting. He had what I would call an autonomic reaction, which is very difficult to fake, the autonomic nervous system. He was flushed. His breathing was different than it had been before. His eyes were downcast in much the same way as he had talked about this other episode.
What did that mean to you as a forensic psychiatrist?
Well, independently as a forensic psychiatrist, not much, but in context with everything else that I knew and had spent time with him talking about, my opinion was that he was deeply ashamed, and that was a major factor in his lying and hesitancy to talk about what had happened. And I felt in talking with him at that moment, in my opinion, he appeared to be quite remorseful about what he had done.
Dr. Ryan, after this attempted assault, did he tell you about what he did to try to kill Athena?
Yes.
And what did he say about that?
In detail?
If you could just give us a brief overview.
Okay, he said that I should backtrack a little bit. You know, he was pretty clear that he did not decide to kill Athena until she was in the truck. And then he began to think, now I'm in even worse trouble than he was before. I think he described it as it snowballed into an avalanche. And he then said that he knew he had to kill her. And he tried to make it, as he put it, as painless and quick as possible. So he tried to, as he put it, I think his words were snap her neck. But it's not like in the movies, and it wasn't working. And so he attempted to strangle her. And he had a number of attempts to strangle her, which were unsuccessful.
Now, what did you make of the several attempts that it took? And of what significance did you place on that?
In my opinion, it was a combination of ambivalence and incompetence.
In this particular scenario, would that be consistent with sadism?
That was not my opinion. That he was deriving any pleasure out of her suffering. Actually, it made him more and more dysregulated.
What do you mean by dysregulated?
More distressed, more unable to think clearly, just having more difficulty thinking rationally than usual when he already has trouble with that.
Dr. Ryan, you had mentioned covering the camera lens. I have a question for you. If a person was trying to cover up an offense or prevent other people from seeing them committing an offense, would it make more sense to cover up the lens before you commit the offense or after you commit it?
Did you object as a speculation on her part?
Sustained.
In your professional opinion, is what I'm asking, is would it make more sense to cover up a lens before committing an offense if you wanted people to not see it?
I'll still object speculation.
Understood. I'll let her answer that based on her evaluations.
It would make more sense to cover it up before you did anything than after or in the midst of.
what does that tell you about Tanner's thought processes throughout that incident?
Oh, they're not linear, and he's not really thinking in a strategic manner in terms of the way that, in a strategic criminal manner.
And Dr. Ryan, you had started to tell us about some of the stressors that Tanner had been experiencing leading up to this event. And I wanted to go back to some of that, okay? Were you able to determine whether or not Tanner was under any significant amount of stress leading up to this event?
Yes, he was under a significant amount of stress.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Okay, Bree, so we've been listening to this psychiatrist, and you were telling me you actually think out of everything you've heard, this is the most effective testimony you've heard from a witness for the defense. And talk to me about why that is.
So I think that she has added the most value, been the most clear, had the most authority, and sort of.
Bree, so we've been listening to this
and come from a place. You were telling me there we go, and has come from a place of like, okay, I can believe her, I can trust her. She's the one that sort of walked us through all of the diagnoses. She is the one, you know what I mean? So she's sort of made everything like less like, oh, you know, your family sucks and you had a terrible home life and whatever, and more like, you know, sort of at the, not at the end of her testimony, but during her testimony, for example, you know, I think Susan Anderson, the lead defense attorney on this case, said to her, you know, what are your thoughts based on like your training and experience and your clinical background and your medical background? And she said that she thought that Tanner Horner was a severely compromised individual and that was mitigating. And it wasn't coming from a place of sympathy. It wasn't coming from a place of, you know, oh, let's feel bad that he had a crappy childhood. It was coming from the place of, this is a person that has all these diagnoses. This is a person that couldn't function in the same way that the rest of us do. This is a person that tried to kill themselves several times, like all of the things. And because of that, he's severely compromised, and that should be considered mitigation. And I thought that was the most effective piece of information that we have gotten from the defense in the last 5 days.
Right. Okay. I mean, it's taken us a while to get there, but
Yes.
finally we've got a witness who at least is feel like we're getting somewhere. Let's bring Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, who's at the courthouse in. Rebecca, we've gone on break. Do you know what's going on right now?
Yeah, no, there's just on break, and then they're going to finish up her testimony. The judge does want to try to let this jury and everyone leave this courthouse early because of the bad weather that is about to hit DFW. And so he is very aware of that. So he's going to probably try to end here in the next hour or so before those storms hit Tanya. But this witness, I heard also testify during the hearings, and initially, during the hearings before when the jury wasn't here, she it does sound a little bit more sympathetic towards what Tanner Horner's life was like. When the defense definitely cleaned up a little bit of that, because initially during the first hearings they did not ask her, well, it was the prosecution that finally asked her, well, okay, you've got all these diagnoses, but does that excuse what he did? And it was the prosecution's questioning during the first hearings a few days ago that she said, well, no, it doesn't excuse what he did. We're not here to make excuses for what he did. We're just here to testify. I'm just here to testify about how we got here. But now it was interesting because the defense asked those questions that I expected the prosecution to ask on cross-examination. But I think at the end, the prosecution is going to say, but Tanner Horner said that he killed Athena because now he claims she was snorting cocaine. He told somebody else that it was because he ran over her. He's got all these different excuses, and the prosecution's definitely, I think, on cross-examination going to press her on that. Because some of what she determined in some of her thought about how he goes to the worst case scenario, he's lying to her. And she does later on admit she will, if the prosecution continues this line of questioning, they ask her, but he lies. And she's like, yes, and he's lying. And he's lying about, she's the one that testified during the hearings that he was lying about having multiple personalities, about zero, that he just made that up as a coping mechanism. So they're going to push, well, he's a liar, I think.
Bree?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they are going to push that he's a liar, but I don't think that that's going to undo the fact that she has determined, based on her, 100+ hours of work on this case at $700 an hour, that he's a severely compromised person. Now, I do recall when she was testifying that she said that his mental health does explain his behavior, like it gives the background. How did we get here? Like Rebecca just said, and it explains, sort of the offense. It explains the police videos. It explains the phone calls. It explains his suicide attempts once he got into custody. Like, it explains everything. It's not an excuse. And I think that what is so important that we distinguish here is because we're in punishment, regardless of how the jury votes, Tanner Horner is never going to be in our society, in our community ever again. So life without the possibility of parole, if that's the choice that the jury makes, is still keeping everyone else safe from him versus a death sentence. And so I think that she's done a good job so far of just saying, this is what mitigation means. It really means that somebody is not functioning like the rest of us. They're making terrible decisions that are violent and dangerous, and they need to be in prison forever. But does that mean that we impose the death penalty for somebody that doesn't function like the rest of us? And I think so far, and I'm not saying it's like perfect, or there aren't, lots and lots of people that would totally disagree with her. But so far, I think she has done the cleanest job of just owning that at the end of the day, these things for some people can and should be mitigating to the extent that Tanner Horner should be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole.
Okay. Do you have any sense, Rebecca, about how much longer she's going to be on the stand? Part of the reason I'm asking is because Bree and I are probably, because of the weather, we're being advised that we probably should be out of the building by 3 o'clock from here because they're expecting.
Yeah, I feel like the judge, I know that the judge is aware of this and is trying to get them out of here before those storms hit. So I don't think that she'll be on the stand a whole lot longer. Possibly maybe an hour or so at the most. But yeah, so we'll see. But Tanya, I had the exact same, when I heard her testify the first time during the hearings before the jury was in the courtroom, I thought the same thing. I thought that she was the witness that painted a clear picture about why there might be mitigating circumstances. But I also thought that on cross-examination, the prosecution did a decent job at also raising questions about her testimony. So we'll see. And again, the jury is human and they still cannot undo what they heard. I mean, yes, I know they all took an oath and they all said, I can listen to and follow the law and listen to the testimony and answer these questions. But when you see Athena Strand's family sitting there all dressed in pink and you've heard the mom testify what happened and, how it's just hurt this family, hurt this community, how painful it was, what happened to their daughter. And then you hear that hour-long tape of him killing, because he tells the psychologist, oh, well, I just wanted to do it quick and painless, but it wasn't quick and painless. It was an hour of him strangling this child over and over, and then telling her to shut up in the middle of it over and over. Shut up, or I'm going to hurt you more. Several times he screams at the top of his lungs while she is crying in pain to shut up. And I'm telling you, it's going to be difficult for this jury to get over listening to that tape.
Bree?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, it is at the center of this, really, in terms of the decision that a juror is going to make. I think it really is going to be based on what they observed and heard on that tape. And is there anything that they're hearing in the defense case that is going to say, maybe this is something that we, something that we can consider. And I agree with Rebecca that, I mean, unless you're going to come out and somebody is going to say that he really did have multiple personality disorder, or somebody is going to say that he really does have mental illness to the extent that he literally, without that, I totally agree with Rebecca that I don't, there are things that are mitigating, but it doesn't mean that mitigation is going to get us above a death sentence.
Right. Exactly.
And so you can feel, and the interesting part about this type of case is you can feel that Tanner Horner had all of these mental health diagnoses. You can feel that Tanner Horner had a terrible childhood and a drug addicted mother and a grandfather that beat him and whatever else you believe. And you can believe that those things are potentially mitigating, but that they're not mitigating enough to overcome a death sentence. And I think that jury is going to say to themselves, yeah, but still, we listened to an hour of him killing this 7-year-old girl.
And one of the other things that she testifies is that he's very remorseful. She believes that he is remorseful about what he did. But this jury saw him smoking a cigarette after he kills Athena, making phone calls, and then the next day going back to the crime scene and saying, oh, just talking like, oh, nothing's happened here. And what, a little girl, when somebody tells him little girl's been kidnapped, he's like, seriously? And then the telephone calls that he makes between mom and grandma and him that are made from the jail, and you listen to him kind of joking around with them, but then also again it's about him and what's happening to me and what's happening, I can't see my son, never once thinking about Athena families, the pain and what he did to Athena, and you don't hear that in the jail calls later on. So while he might have, where she thought that he was remorseful, maybe when she's interviewing him, when those phone calls are being made to mom and grandma, he certainly does not sound remorseful.
Right, exactly. And You know, it's just, but even, you know, she's regurgitating the story that he told about the cocaine. And Terry was saying yesterday, and of course you guys saw that video and heard that video, said that he's not snorting a line of cocaine. He's dropping off a package.
Well, and then remember, Tanya, you pointed out the fact that would the 7-year-old know what cocaine was? Would she have even, you know, said to herself, ooh, he might get in trouble because she's 7. So I don't even think it's a rational thought to say, oh, you know, as that being one of his stories.
And she doesn't say to him, I saw you snort cocaine. She says to him, are you a kidnapper?
Correct.
You know? You know?
Yeah,
So
they're
that's
talking
just-
about, like,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
he's talking about her teacher and going to school and, oh, is that your lunch? And why do you bring your lunch? Stuff like that. Says never anything about drugs in that tape. And, you know, so again, it just, and this is why the prosecution's going to continue to push, well, he's just a liar that, you know, could care less about what he did. And if they do in fact have a witness, which is what this whole secret hearing was about, or not really secret, but this hearing that the judge had outside the presence of the jury and cleared the courtroom to seal whatever this hearing was about, if they do have a witness that's going to come out here and say that maybe Tanner Horner did something to them or there's something else, that's just completely going to undo I think what this defense witness is saying.
Yeah.
It really is. If that's true, and if somebody comes forward like you've described, Rebecca, I don't know that there's a set of circumstances or a scenario where you come back from that as a defense. You know what I mean? Like so this isn't the first time that he's done something like this. It's just the first time that he actually took it to the next step and killed the person.
Right.
I don't know how you overcome that.
Well, if they come back with something that's even remotely in the arena of this, I mean, I would have to then completely be on board with our internet jury, you know what I mean, or whatever, and say that I just don't think that there's a way to overcome the ultimate punishment if that were the case. Now, obviously, we don't know, right?
But yeah, that would be tough.
Well,
and remember, he has covered the camera 2 other times before he kidnaps Athena. So when she says, "Oh, he wasn't planning on killing her; it was a reaction," but the prosecution is pointing out, but this was premeditated. He was out stalking children. So that is also, I think, going to be a key part of their closing.
And to put on my devil's advocate hat, I don't disagree that he has, that the fact that he did it 2 other times, is significant, right? But I don't know that it automatically means that if he had gotten another child in that truck that he was going to kill that child. In other words, I think it can be believable that he decided to kill her once she was inside, not stalking her or watching her with the intention of getting her and killing her. You know what I mean? So I think that those can be separate things.
Okay, guys, let's bring the courtroom shot up. We're going to let you go, Rebecca, because this is they're back in the courtroom.
Were you able to determine whether he was under a significant amount of stress just in the months prior to this?
Yes.
Is stress and anxiety different for a neurodivergent person versus a neurotypical person?
Yes.
How so?
Well, there are ways, of course, in which it's similar in terms of anxiety, worry, except one of the difficulties in about 50% of individuals with autism spectrum disorder is that they have significant deficits in understanding their own emotions and being able to express their own emotions. So there is the perception that they are significantly distressed, but they can't name what the emotion is. And that ends up being problematic because if you can't name your own emotions, it's very difficult for you to be able to understand what other people are feeling. And so it's also very difficult for you to regulate your emotions. So for example, if you're feeling depressed, if you're feeling sad, I'm not talking about clinical depression, but if someone's feeling sad about something, you might take steps to remediate that. Or if you're feeling anxious about a situation, you might either, for example, if you're feeling anxious about preparing for a test, you may study harder. You might, do some meditation or exercising. You've learned kind of what it is that you're experiencing and what you need to do to kind of improve your state. Mr. Horner doesn't have that capacity.
I want to talk about some of the stressors that were going on in Tanner's life at that time. Are these incidents documented in the report that has been offered into evidence in this case?
Yes, they are.
I want to talk about just a few of them that are noted in your report. In your report, you had noted that Tanner was having problems with his fiancée. Before becoming pregnant with Tanner's child, was the fiancée working and contributing to the household?
Yes, she was also working double shifts at times throughout the pregnancy, throughout most of the pregnancy.
Were they able to make ends meet at that time?
Yes, they had some financial pressures. They had a number of moves, but yes, they were able to kind of keep their heads above water.
So after Tanner's child and Tanner's son was born, was his fiancée still able to work?
No, she, and this is from the information that he provided, his grandmother provided, and his fiancée herself provided. She had a severe postpartum depression. And this lasted about a year, in which she was not working, and not only was not working, but was not really able to care for the baby adequately, and was spending most of the time in bed.
So even though she wasn't working, were they still trying to maintain the social lifestyle that they had while she was working?
Yes.
Did this cause problems financially?
Yes. There was a lot of, for example, almost all the meals were DoorDash or Grubhub kind of meals, a lot of money being spent in that way.
You had said that the severe postpartum depression had led to her staying in bed. Who picked up the slack while the fiancé was not able to take care of the child?
Well, Tanner Horner himself was picking up some of that slack, but especially toward leading up to the offense, he was working about 6 days a week. And so very long shifts. There's the issue of after he took about a week off in May after he was very depressed and suicidal, and they switched his route so that it was no longer the route that he had in Azle, which he was very familiar with. And so that was a significant stressor.
And I want to get back to the problems at home, okay? Where were Tanner and his fiancée living at the time of the event?
They were living in the shed behind his grandmother's house.
Where was their child living?
Well, especially when there was, for a time the baby lived with them, but then when it got to the point where he might be starting to walk, or crawl, actually even crawl, they felt that it was a very unsanitary environment. Cassie was too impaired to be taking care of the house. I mean, the shed was bad enough even before. And the house, because there were limitations on his grandmother, I was told there was dog feces on the floor. It was extraordinarily unsanitary. And so the decision was made that the baby would stay with Cassie's
And we're not going to talk about the names.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. It's, you've spent a lot of time with these people, so I understand the slip, so that's okay. So, at any point, did Tanner and his fiance live with his fiance's mother?
Yes, and grandmother and other people in the home.
So it sounds like they had a full house over there as well?
Yes.
After they had moved out of the mother's home and back into the shed behind his grandmother's house, did he have the opportunity to spend any time with his son?
Some, but not very much.
And what kind of impact did this have on his mental health?
It certainly contributed to him becoming more depressed, feeling more desperate. There were a lot of other things that happened around that time. As I mentioned, his route was changed. His contract was sold off to another company. The car broke down, which created problems.
Okay, so after he moved out of the fiance's mother's home and back home, who all was living in that home? Or I should say the shed behind his grandmother's home. Who all was living in that home?
Mr. Horner and his fiancée.
And in the main house?
His grandmother, his mother, and his brother.
Did they have any pets?
Many pets.
Based on your interviews with the family members and with Tanner, what was the environment there? Was it calm and serene, or was it chaos? Or somewhere in between?
It was very chaotic.
How can that kind of chaos affect a person who is on the spectrum?
Well, it can affect that individual in a number of ways. So first of all, there's the sensory issues that someone on the spectrum has. You know, there was arguing, there was loudness. Then there is the need for, kind of sameness and routine that someone on the spectrum has. And that was definitely disrupted.
Dr. Ryan, you noted in your report that Tanner had also been having difficulties and issues with his own mental health. What kind of mental health issues was he having in the months leading up to this event?
Feeling increasingly anxious, hopeless about the situation. And some of that hopelessness was, in my opinion, clearly a product of his severe depression. Because shortly before the offense, Cassie had actually gotten a job. I mean, they still had, significant stressors. The car had broken down and they didn't have their child and they didn't have enough money in order to move out. And that was the whole thing, to move out, get their own place so that they could get their child back. So he was feeling increasingly hopeless, desperate, and anxious. In addition to the depression and then his baseline deficits in terms of how he deals with stress and problems.
Was it during this time that Tanner had the suicidal ideation of walking into traffic?
That was, I believe, around May, when he went to get mental health treatment. He told and I believe he told me, but in the record it was that he had told the person who evaluated him that the only thing that kept him from killing himself was his son, the thought of his son.
And Dr. Ryan, you had mentioned that Tanner's roots had changed and that was causing significant stress in his life. Tell me more about that. Why would a change of route on for a delivery man cause such stress?
His previous route, he was very familiar with. He was very familiar with the area. He had essentially grown up much of the time there. He had a sort of routine in terms of how he would be able to deliver packages. You know, I think the reality is his new route or route would not, it might have been anxiety provoking at the beginning for someone who was neurotypical. It took him much longer to deliver packages. I guess from what he told me, the driveways were much longer on this route. He was much less efficient, and his workday was far longer than it had been before.
Generally speaking, how long does it take someone who is neurodivergent to settle into a new routine? Does it take longer than a neurotypical person?
Yes, it would take longer. And, you know, one of the things that he told me was typically prior to his son, he would have quit his job. He wouldn't have been able to handle it. And he had left multiple jobs. Like one time, he left his job at Outback Steakhouse because the dishes were piled too high. You know, part of it is that he had methodically clean every single plate a certain way, which is why the dishes piled up. But, you know, he just walked out one day because it just got too overwhelming for him. The thing that kept him from doing that in this job was the recognition that he, as he put it, he needed to work.
Dr. I want to switch gears a bit, okay? During your forensic evaluation, did you discuss any past trauma with Tanner?
Yes.
What role does past trauma play in a person's current life?
Well, significant trauma, we know now, does create brain changes, particularly childhood trauma, and can create a situation where that thinking and rational part of your brain, that frontal lobe, sort of is overtaken by another part of your brain called the amygdala, which is part of the limbic system, which is that emotional part of your brain. So that, you know, you don't process threat, for example, in the same way as someone who doesn't have significant trauma, that you're much more likely to be super sensitive to threat. So I think that you take someone who's got autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, major depression, and has a significant trauma history, and you've got what I mentioned before, these compounding effects that when under stress, they're just not functioning in any way, even at their baseline, let alone what someone who's neurotypical would.
Is there a difference in how trauma or childhood trauma affects brain development versus maybe trauma that we experience later in life?
Well, the research shows that because brains are still under development, particularly in childhood, and even, you know, up to age maybe your early to mid 20s, that, you know, these traumatic insults have a more significant effect than they would, you know, for an adult with a fully developed or mature brain. And the frontal lobe is the sort of last part of our brains to fully develop.
We have heard evidence today, or over the last couple of weeks, about Tanner's home life and about what it was like growing up in that home. I want to focus some more on specific traumas that Tanner had endured. Did Tanner suffer any significant traumas during his life other than just the basic home life that we've discussed before?
Yes.
What types of traumas did he suffer?
Well, there was severe bullying, which has been described. Bullying in school, bullying in high school. That is, we know, that is traumatic even for, if the bullying is severe, that's traumatic even for neurotypical individuals. One of probably the biggest trauma was a rape at age 10.
Were there any other traumas that you noted that related to his mother and his mother's drug use?
Yes. There are two instances where he walked in on her in the bathroom after she had overdosed. One time when I think he was very young, and I believe his grandmother and mother had mentioned that. And another time when he was older, whether he was around 12 or 10, I'm not sure. But he actually found her passed out and with her pants down, which was a very upsetting event for him. Passed out on the toilet, and he thought that she was dead.
What kind of effect could that have? I mean, finding your mother passed out on the toilet thinking that she's dead, how could that affect a child?
It's a very traumatic event. It would be traumatic for anyone, right? Let alone someone who has difficulty processing their feelings, being able to rationally think. I believe he went and got his grandmother, who fortunately was in the home, but just feeling completely powerless, not knowing what to do, and believing that his mother might be dead.
You talk about compounding effects of diagnoses. Are there compounding effects of childhood trauma?
Yes.
Explain that to the jury, please.
Well, what I had mentioned before, trauma can affect the brain in such a way that it's called you no longer have a top-down effect, where during stressful situations you're able to rationally think your way out of them. You're more on emotional overdrive, and your emotions are basically taking over. And the more traumatic events that you experience, the more of a deficit state you're potentially going to have. That situation is going to get worse. So I would say that that's what, there's trauma upon trauma. Now, there's a significant amount of trauma in his life that he was not able to express to me how he felt about the trauma. It was only with these very significant ones that he was able to express any kind of emotion or thinking about what was going on, because they were kind of overwhelming.
You had mentioned some of these traumas. One of the traumas that you had mentioned was the fact that Tanner had been sexually assaulted. How old was he when that occurred?
10.
What happened?
What he explained to me was that he and 2 other kids were setting little brush fires in a field and peeing them out. And one of them got out of control and came close to the house. It was put out by the landlord of the property and somebody else. And his mother afterward told him to go over and apologize to the landlord, who he went over there and subsequently was raped by the landlord.
Were you able to corroborate Tanner's story?
Well, there was no witnesses to it, actually, but there was information that hung together with it in such a way. First of all, there was how he narrated the event to me. He was deeply ashamed. He kept saying that he didn't want anyone to know. He didn't want his mother and his grandmother to know. They would think that he was gay if it was revealed. As I say, he was very distraught as he told me about this. He said that for about 2 years after this, he struggled with a lot of symptoms of PTSD, intrusive thoughts, nightmares. He also hated to go to the bathroom, hated to defecate because he didn't want to wipe himself because it reminded him of the abuse. It was intercourse. And so he would hold his stool. He didn't want to go to the bathroom in school. He only wanted to use his own bathroom at home. And so consequently, he became constipated. There was and his mother and grandmother did indicate that he had some trouble. They were kind of vague with constipation and smearing. That's a problem with kids who hold their stool. They end up having some leakage from around the hard stool. And also there was a medical record when he was about 19 that indicated that he had significant bleeding from hemorrhoids and had gone to the emergency department for this. Now, constipation is a major, you got to think in a 19-year-old, what would be the cause of that significant hemorrhoid and rectal bleeding? Hemorrhoids would be one. There are much more serious disorders like cancers, whatever, that were ruled out.
And Dr. Ryan, I want to switch gears again. During your interview with, or let me back up, in preparation for your interview with Tanner, did you review the interrogation videos?
Yes.
I think we can agree that during those interrogation videos, there were a lot of lies that Tanner told.
Yes.
He lied to the FBI officers. He lied about not knowing anything about the abduction. Lied about where he hid Athena's body. And he lied about several other things. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Based on your training and your experience as a forensic psychiatrist, why do you think he lied?
To stay out of trouble.
Is that uncommon?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about what we see in some of those interrogations. There was, just going to come right out and ask, I'm going to talk to you about zero, okay? Does Tanner meet the criteria for multiple personality disorder?
Well, it's called dissociative identity disorder now, but no, he does not, in my opinion.
So how do you reconcile this with the interrogation where he's claiming to have this alter ego named Zero?
In my opinion, I think that the police did an excellent job of making him more comfortable. I think that he wanted, in my opinion, I think he wanted to confess, and this made it easier to do so as sort of a third person rather than, himself.
Dr. Ryan, did you hear the testimony of Dr. Fritz regarding her experience with level 1 autism patients and speaking about themselves in the third person?
I think I'm not sure that I did about that. I tried to watch some of it, but I had some connectivity issues, and I didn't see all of it.
Well, in your practice, and based upon the patients that you have observed, do you find that it's easier for them to speak about themselves in the third person?
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's easier to do that and kind of distance yourself from it.
What do you mean by distancing yourself from it?
Distancing yourself from what happened. It's kind of moving closer and closer to, taking some responsibility.
Do you think that Tanner actually believed that the officers were buying his act?
Yes, I think he believed that they were because of his deficits in perspective thinking. I mean, I think that anybody who would have seen that video would have known that it was not legitimate. But if they knew anything about dissociative identity disorder, MPD, but I think he believed that they believed him.
Does this go into what we were referring to as the theory of mind?
Yes.
How so?
Well, he has an impaired ability to recognize what other people are thinking and feeling. And that is related to the autism spectrum disorder. Many individuals with autism have that problem.
In your experience, do you ever find that when someone who is on the autism spectrum is being questioned or pressured into giving an answer, do they ever just give an answer to make it stop?
Yes, I mean, not even, you don't have to have autism spectrum disorder to do that. People can do it who are neurotypical.
During your evaluation of Tanner, did you find this to be true with him?
At times, I'm trying to think of specific times, and I'm blanking at this point, but yes, if there were times, particularly around the offense, that I ended up pressuring him, I'm sure. And then, the question comes up then, how comfortable was I with the fact that what I pressured him into potentially saying was actually reliable and accurate. And then that comes up with putting it together with the totality of everything else that I had in terms of the evidence that I saw and the rest of the evaluation.
As a part of the records that you reviewed in this case, did you have the opportunity to review the letter that Tanner wrote to Athena Strand's parents?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about that letter. You had mentioned before that about autism and people on the spectrum being able to show their emotions. Explain to me and explain for the jury, can someone with autism feel emotions?
Yes.
Do people that are on the spectrum have difficulty expressing those emotions that they feel?
Yes, they can.
And is that kind of what we call alexithymia?
Yes.
Explain what alexithymia is.
It's a trait that of being, and about 50% or more of individuals with autism spectrum disorder have this, of being unable to understand and express your own emotions.
Based upon your evaluation of Tanner, do you believe that he also dealt with alexithymia?
Yes.
When you made that observation, at the time, did you have the report from Dr. Fritz, who also noted alexithymia?
No.
So your conclusions were independent of each other?
Yes, I didn't get her report until after my evaluation and prepared my report.
So how might someone with alexithymia present to another?
In what situation?
Well, what I'm getting at is, you said that they had difficulty expressing their emotions.
Right.
When someone has difficulty expressing their emotions, is it possible for the emotions that they do express to be misconstrued?
Oh, yes.
How so?
Well, you know, throughout Mr. Horner's life, and I observed this during the evaluation, he interacts with people in ways that are off-putting, in ways that can be perceived as, for example, arrogant, as a know-it-all. That's just a couple of examples. But his ability to perceive what others are thinking of him is very disturbed. Now, I want to explain that this alexithymia is not an all or none thing, right? And his ability to recognize his emotions and express them would be improved under conditions that are more structured, for example, and less emotionally dysregulating.
So getting back to the letter that Tanner had written to Athena's parents, in reading that letter, how can you gauge what is a true expression of emotion?
You know, I think when you read that letter, when I read that letter, I read it kind of in two ways, right? As a non-psychiatrist and as a psychiatrist who has a lot of experience with individuals with autism spectrum disorder. As a regular person, there's elements of it that are pretty kind of infuriating in some ways. It seems like he's making excuses for himself, and you know, you say, like, what in the world? You know, this isn't the place for this. On the other hand, having spent so many hours with him and recognizing how he moves through the world, in my opinion, he was expressing remorse. He felt genuinely awful about what he had done. He recognized as much as he could that he had brought pain to parents because he is a parent himself. And in my opinion, that was as far as he could go, and it was genuine that he felt terrible about what he had done and wanted to express that.
Was that feeling consistent throughout your interviews with him when he spoke about the event?
When he spoke about Athena and the event, yes.
Dr. Ryan, I promise I'm almost done. I just have one other issue area that I want to get into with you, okay? What is the AAPL?
That is the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law.
What do they do?
Well, it's an organization, basically of forensic psychiatrists, and forensic psychiatry is the is the clinical and scientific application of psychiatry to legal questions and issues. So this is an organization of forensic psychiatrists, and they are involved in teaching, education. Their mission is to one of their missions is to promote a high standard of forensic evaluation.
Do they publish guidelines related to forensic evaluations?
Yes.
Are these mandates?
They're not mandates, no. They're guidelines, recommendations to assist psychiatrists in performing a variety of types of forensic evaluations: insanity, competency to stand trial, civil evaluations, capital evaluations.
So are these basically just a set of best practices for forensic psychiatrists to use when doing these enumerated evaluations?
Typically, yes.
And typically, should a person or should a doctor who is doing one of these evaluations follow those guidelines?
Yes, I mean, there certainly can be deviations, right? Because every evaluation can be somewhat different because individuals are different. But if you deviate substantially from the guideline, you should have a very good reason for doing so.
Should someone practicing forensic psychiatry for 20 or 30 years, should they at least be aware of these guidelines?
Yes.
When you conducted your forensic psychiatric evaluation of Tanner in this case, did you follow the guidelines set forth by the AAPL?
Yes. I hesitate because I've gone over them so many times with fellows that I'm teaching that I didn't read it before I went in to talk to Mr. Horner. But yes, I'm very familiar with them.
Dr. Wright, I want to talk to you a little bit about how Tanner has adjusted to his time in jail.
Counsel.
Dr. Ryan, how well has Tanner adjusted to his time in jail?
He appears to have adjusted well.
When he was in Wise County Jail, did he have any disciplinary infractions? Did he have any write-ups?
I believe that there was an incident where he was hitting a wall. I don't know if it was with his head or with his fist or whatever, and didn't stop when told, and so was placed in a restraint chair for a few minutes. I'm not sure if that was Wise or Tarrant County, actually.
So,
that was it.
During your time that you saw him in Tarrant County, did you review the records?
Yes.
And did he have any disciplinary write-ups?
I did not see any.
Do you believe, based upon your evaluation and what you have reviewed, do you believe that Tanner poses a threat to other inmates if sentenced to prison in this case?
I don't believe that he has a high potential for
Why is that?
Any dangerousness. Why? that would be compatible with being a major violence risk in a prison environment. And also, for example, his mental health, his depression, anxiety, that can be treated also in a prison environment. He is not going to have access to substances. Those are just a few.
You mentioned prey, not predator. What did that mean?
I think that he's much more likely to be assaulted than to assault prisoners.
You also mentioned structure. How important is a structure to someone who is on the autism spectrum?
It's very important, and that lack of structure was part of what kind of brought him to the point that he was at. Lack of routine, lack of structure. Structure is very important, and prison is a very structured environment. He'll know there'll be routines, and he'll know what those are.
Do you feel that someone who is on the autism spectrum would be able to function properly in a structured environment such as prison?
Yes.
You had mentioned that you had looked at his history. Did Tanner have a history of violence?
He had a history of some assaults. They were more, kind of flailing out in response to bullying, for example. There was an incident where I believe he got into an altercation and spit on someone's car. There were, fights in high school. Of course, in school he was very badly bullied, but they were not major violent episodes where he seriously harmed anybody.
Well, Dr. Ryan, what I'm getting at is when Tanner had these episodes or incidents, were they instances of him being aggressive or were they instances of him being reactive?
More reactive, and his aggression has been mostly toward himself.
The last thing I want to talk to you about are some of the other diagnoses that may or may not be at issue in this case. First of all, what is psychopathology?
Some people consider it to be the study of mental disorders. Other people just see it as mental disorders, mental pathology.
So is psychopathology the same as psychopathy?
No.
Is there a diagnosis in the DSM for psychopathy?
No.
I want to talk to you about antisocial personality disorder. Based upon your review of the records and your evaluation of Tanner, does he meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder?
He does not.
Why do you say that?
Well, in terms of what the criteria for antisocial personality disorder is, a persistent pattern of violating the rights of others. You have to, at least you don't have to be diagnosed with conduct disorder before the age of 15, but you have to meet those criteria for conduct disorder, and he does not.
Explain to the jury what a paraphilic disorder is.
A paraphilic disorder is a disorder in which an individual has persistent sexual arousal to something or someone other than consenting, mature individuals.
Was there any indication in Tanner Horner of a paraphilic disorder?
No.
Does sexual sadism fall under a paraphilic disorder?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that what we saw in the video did not constitute sadism. What about sexual sadism?
In my opinion, it did not. No.
Why not?
Well, in my opinion, he was not aroused in any way by her suffering, by Athena's suffering. He, in my opinion, the multiple attempts were more, as I mentioned before, related to his ambivalence and his incompetence at doing what he was trying to do.
And lastly, doctor, I want to ask you about pedophilic disorder. What is that?
That is a paraphilia, one of the paraphilias, persistent sexual fantasies, urges, interests, lasting at least 6 months or more toward prepubescent children.
Did Tanner meet the criteria for pedophilic disorder?
No.
Why not?
Well, there's no indication from anything that I've read that he had a sexual attraction to, there was no child pornography in any of the discovery. This, in my opinion, was an aberrant event, and he did not have a history of an attraction to children.
I'll pass the witness.
Weather people are telling me I need to see them. Okay, so we'll come back in the morning and finish with Dr. Brian. The van is on its way. They're saying probably around 5 o'clock, so I think I'm going to get you out of here in time. Okay, so enjoy the afternoon. Stay safe. We'll see you in the morning.